All right, at 6 o'clock, I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Mountain View Wisman Board of Trustees. Can we all stand for the pledge, please?
Do we have somebody leading us?
Oh, we have students leading us. My apologies. We have students from my Huff Elementary, I believe, who are going to lead us in the pledge. Come on up.
Hawks.
The Huff Hawks.
Calling all hawks.
Don't be shy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Photo off, photo off.
Well done.
Thank you. All right. Could I now get the roll call, please?
Laura Blakely. Ellen Wheeler. Devin Conley.
Jose Gutierrez Jr.
And Tamara Wilson. Let the record reflect that all trustees are present.
Before you approve the agenda, we would like to, staff wants to pull the school showcase. We'll bring it back at a later time.
Okay.
Do we need a motion?
You'll approve the agenda with the minus.
When we approve
item
it,
2.
okay.
Yep.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Do you need an opportunity for members of the public? Oh, no, never mind.
Item
Sorry.
1C. Yeah.
So moved with the deferral of the school showcase item number 2 to another meeting.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wheeler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Item 3, then we move to item 3, which is opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Are there any members of the public who'd like to address the board at this time? Okay, seeing as there are none, at 6:02, we will break to closed session.
What is it?
7:15, I'd like to reconvene this session of the Mountain View Wisman Board of Trustees. I'd like to report that no action was taken in closed session. And now we move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Or I moved
Second.
it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Who made the first motion?
I said so moved, but I meant
Blakely.
that we approve the consent agenda.
So on a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the motion
No,
passes
trustee
unanimously.
Me.
Oh, trustee
I'm the one who
Gutierrez.
yelled. Second.
First was trustee
Blakely.
Blakely, second was trustee Gutierrez. The motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously. We will move on to communications from employee organizations. Are there any members of any employee organizations who'd like to speak and address the board at this time? Could you please state your name for the record?
Manny Velasco, CSEA president for the school district here. And I apologize, I'm a little bit under the weather, so I hope you guys can understand me. So I just wanted to, acknowledge the district's effort in what's been going on this past week with the reductions in costs and what they've been trying to do as far as, saving the jobs, the employment here. I'd also, like to speak a little bit about, the budget issue here that we have, what looks like now a projected healthy amount of money here. And I would like the board to take into consideration that, we do have a healthy budget and we do have employees here that are on the chopping block. I know that with the priorities you guys set, you wanted to make sure that our at-risk students were taken care of, that the Yosemite trip was taken care of, all of our fragile children were taken care of. So I would just like to let you guys know that, as CSEA members, as union members, that we will continue to work with those students. If there's efforts that we're making that don't align with what the district is hoping for, we hope that through the direction of admin, the great principals that we have at every school, that we'll be able to redirect those efforts. But I do want to, acknowledge the fact that there are people here that are on the chopping block. I know with the administrative cuts to the budget, most of them were through attrition. A lot of them, people moved up, people moved on, which means you get to keep that base of knowledge. You get to keep those years of experience. It's a little bit different than cutting individuals. I think when you cut individuals, you're talking about losing all of those years of experience, all that knowledge, knowledge in the school system, just knowing the community, knowing the families, and back to your points of emphasis for the reductions, some of the positions that are on the chopping block are the positions that help those fragile students, those at-risk students, the mental health. I can't emphasize how important it is for our libraries to be open at lunch, at recess time. Not every student is, the student that you picture having all the friends, knowing exactly what to do at lunch. Our libraries are essential for the mental health of our students. They're very important, as well as other positions. You guys made it a priority to keep the Yosemite trip, the science camp, which, I think that's great. I think that is a priority. As was said before, it's an experience that a lot of our students don't go through. And it's an experience that a lot of our students remember when they look back at their fond memories here at the district. But the district should know that a lot of those fragile students are able to go to those trips because of the efforts put on behind the scenes by a lot of CSEA employees, scouring Craigslist for sleeping bags. I dare you guys to find a laundromat where you can fit a sleeping bag and get it washed. It's not easy. So I just hope that the board hears that from a CSEA perspective, that we will continue to work with these groups. We will continue to do our best effort to align everything that every employee is doing with the vision that the board has, with the direction from admin. But we do ask that with that healthy budget that's there, I don't know how much keeping those jobs would affect that percentage.
Thank you, Manny. Are there any other members of employee organizations that would like to address the board at this time? Okay, how about district committees? Members of district committees?
That's us.
Seeing as there are none, superintendent updates?
Just in case, I know most people don't know, but we have Ron Whelan, who is our interim CBO. Dr. Clark is out on medical leave or family leave, and so he has been filling in over the last week, and he will be here for the duration until Dr. Clark returns. So I just wanted to introduce him to the community and sort of welcome him to the team officially. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak to the board on items not on the agenda? Okay, seeing as there are none, we'll move on to review and action, item 9A. Ms. Kathy Bow.
Yes, thank you. I'm here tonight to ask for your approval of a new grant that we've received called the Low Performing Student Block Grant. This money was designated by the state to provide LEAs serving students who are identified as low performing in English language arts and math who aren't unduplicated. So they're not socioeconomically disadvantaged, EL, or foster youth, and they're not students with disabilities. We have been allocated an apportionment of $130,000 to spend over 3 years. It's not a huge amount of money, but it is money that we can use to either provide professional development, instructional materials, or additional supports. And in looking at the students that generated this funding, 99% of them are benefiting from our response to instruction program, either in middle school or elementary. And so we are asking tonight that you approve the low performing student block grant so that we may use it to offset or partially fund our response to intervention programs.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the board?
I have a question. So I know the amount's not that much. It's $130,416. You all are suggesting to help supplement RTI. I'm wondering, did you all also think about maybe possibly using this type of money for funding after school tutorial programs and paying our teachers to stay 1 hour or 2 extra and using those types of funds to help them help the students that are in need?
We could, but we would have to target those specific students. There's 66 of them, and we would have to ensure that those 66 students would be coming to the after-school program.
So that would take a little bit more time in terms of planning.
It would take more time in terms of planning, and the state just released this to us about 2 weeks ago, and it has to be approved, and I have to enter it into the state database by March 1st. And so we thought RTI, and because all of the students that are generating the money are benefiting from response to instruction, that's why we chose that direction.
Okay, so then at that point in time, having understood what the perspective is and me voicing the concern about an alternative, I'm just going to pose the question to the trustees if they think that that's a worthwhile pursuit since we still have time, or if you all agree with the district's plan, that's up to you.
And I just want to be clear, if we don't approve it tonight, we can't accept the money.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
And if we approve accepting it, are you locked into using, I'm supportive of RTI, but are we approving it with that specific restriction or designation, or can you be flexible in terms of what?
I have to input the plan into the CDE by March 1st. And so the plan has to be approved. And I apologize, again, this was given to us at the last minute. And so we've been trying to find an appropriate use for it because we didn't want to give up the $130,000, even though it's a small amount.
Don't we have another meeting in February?
No.
This is the last one for February, just one, not the 9th? Oh, that's right. Okay.
And this money hasn't been incorporated into the budget yet.
No, we're waiting. We're waiting for, we have a plan for it, but we're waiting for approval.
And so what would you do with the money that would be then replaced? The extra 130 that's not going to be used for RTI since we would be using this. What does
Yeah,
that go?
we haven't had a conversation about that at this point.
And
Okay.
this is also spread out over 3 years, right?
for sure.
So,
And just to be clear, it's 130,000 over 3 years. So we get a little bit
Mhm.
every year, like $45,000 a year. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Are there any members of the community who'd like to speak on this topic? Yes, it is. Are there additional comments from members of the board? Do I have a motion?
I move that the board approve the plan for low-performing student block grant as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let the record show that on a motion made by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Blakely, the low-performing student block grant plan passes unanimously. And now we're moving on to item 9B, budget reductions. Dr. Rudolph?
All right. So I'm going to take us through this. I apologize. This is partly the same presentation with some updated recommendations. Before I get started, I think it's important to note that this is a precarious position that everybody's in. Part of it is about maintaining our ability to have a rainy day fund in the event that the economy downturns. And then part of it also is our ability to essentially stop being in the red in terms of our spending. We have seen, as you'll see in a couple minutes, a reduction. But I can tell you that I don't think anyone takes any pleasure or finds any part of this part of the job fun. It is a sort of an untenable situation that all of us wish that we weren't in, but this is sort of the reality that we have. I will say that it is possible that there are other options that the board may discuss, which is perfectly fine. The thing that the reason why it's an action item today is that if the board chooses to remove any person from a position, it has to happen today in order to meet the March 15th deadline. If the idea is that we find another creative solution at the March 7th meeting and moving forward, we won't be able to make any adjustments to positions unless they are vacant positions, which we have been eliminating at least since last year to reduce some of our costs. So I just need to put that out there, that this is really the last time if you're going to make an adjustment to a position that somebody is in. Okay, so this may be an omen. No? All right, here we go. All right. Oh, it needs batteries.
No batteries.
I guess I'm wrong, kid.
Right, so our district has a goal of maintaining a balanced general fund is identified in our strategic plan, but it's also over the past couple of years we have worked really diligently to ensure that our employees benefit from competitive compensation packages. And then there's a board directive reserved to maintain a reserve of 17 to 20%, which is recommended by school services for basic aid districts. Basic aid districts are districts that rely on their property tax value or the increases, which is what we are, versus a LCFF funded district, which is a district that relies on its average daily attendance. And there are distinct differences in terms of the funding structures that occur with it, but all of our funds are derived from our property tax. And so when we talk about assessed value, which I'll get into in a second, we're talking, or the increase in assessed value, we're talking about the difference in property taxes that we see, and that generates more revenue for us. So since 2014, we have been on an intentional spin down of our reserves. I've talked about this multiple times. So we've done things like turnaround fundings, we've increased teacher and staff salaries, and we've created programs to target at-risk students. We've added RTI, middle school schedule was a big change this year, health benefits for our classified employees. So just for the public's sake, there were 2 tiers of benefits in our system when I first got here. The teachers enjoyed one set of benefits, management and CSEA had a different set of benefits. And then within those benefits, it also depended on what year you started working here. So if you were here before 2010, you had a different set of benefits. And if you were here after 2010, your benefits were a lot less. And so we restored those health benefits to impacted employees, instructional coaches, school community engagement facilitators, turnaround funding, summer school, and summer and winter meals. But this is really the most important thing. And this is what I alluded to earlier. Now, after this, I'll start flying through some of these slides because they're kind of repetitive. But the most important thing to understand is that our property tax or what we call assessed value is what determines our budget. And when we miss our projection, we lose revenue. And when we're over our projection, we gain a lot of revenue. So for instance, in 2015, 2016, our projected revenue was our projected AV growth was somewhere around 4%, and we came in at 12.9%, which generated a lot of extra money. And as you can see, over the last couple of years, we've enjoyed double-digit gains in terms of our assessed value until last year. Last year, a very large corporation wrote off $350 million. Which brought our reserves below our predicted amount, which was 7%. And that resulted in a loss of projected revenue of $785,000. And that 785, so it's a multiplying effect. So every year you lose that, but your benefits continue to go up. And so that deficit actually increases because we're not getting the revenue. Okay. The other piece of this is that we took out certificate of participation. So another way to look at how well we're seeing growth in our community is to look at our developer fees. And so developer fees are when organizations actually take permits out in order to build. They are not when you see a new building actually going up. There's always this misnomer, this misconception that, well, I just saw a new building, therefore, that should be impacting your assessed value. That building has already been factored into the tax rolls about two years ago, right? And so we have seen our developer fees drop significantly over the last couple of years. The certificate of participation is $2.6 million that pays to build Vargas Elementary. The 2016-17, we had $2.5 million. Last year, we had $1.7 million. This year, we have $200,000. So clearly, there is something that has taken place. Now, it could be with the development of multiple plans that the city has. There is a log jam in terms of developers being able to get permits. So, for instance, Sobrato has been waiting since 2014 to pull their permits. So we could see an increase once the city finalizes its plans, but it's hard to assess whether or not that's going to actually happen. The good thing about the certificate of participation, we use our lease revenues in order to pay for it. So the $2.6 million is already budgeted out. But I will say that if the certificate of participation wasn't there, and if we weren't reliant on our lease revenue, that is $2.6 million that could go back into the general fund. The developer fees, however, cannot be used for anything but building or capital projects. So we cannot take those funds and put them towards anything else. And so when we started this, and then this is where I'm going to pick up, we adopted a budget before our final assessed value, which comes in around October. We had a 17.3% reserve. And then after we adopted our budget and gave our raises, we dropped down to 13.7%. And so some of the changes that we've talked about are just a quick summary. You can see the Prop 39 moved to Fund 21 for reimbursement of 1.5. Title I got an increase, special ed programming support. So it's a lot of different changes. In order to help save or in order to help bring the budget back, we made a lot of cuts in the district office that no one was aware of. Elimination of different positions that were there. These do impact the way that we function and operate. And we saved about $1 million, which is able to maintain the 13%, which brought us to 17 when we adopted, but the 13%. So that helped in order to maintain the raises. But then there's also the other sort of the elephant in the room, which is as a basic aid district, when you lose students to charter schools and you are actually paying revenue out. So if we were ADA funded district or LCFF funded district, our numbers, our salaries, everything, our budget would be predicated on the average daily attendance. In this instance, though, because we are a tax funded or tax revenue district, all the money comes in regardless of the number of students that we have. But if a student leaves to go to a charter school, that does have an impact on the overall picture. And so we have, using their projections, estimated that in the first, for the next 3 years, we'll lose somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.5 to close to $3 million. If you looked at their year 4 and year 5 projected revenues, it's about 3.5 each year ongoing. So I'm going to fly through these to talk about sort of the recommendations that we had. And there's a distinct difference between some of these. So we looked at a lot of ways that we could bring our spending down. A large part of that is because while yes, our reserves look healthy right now, that does not include any additional expenditures that we have, nor does it include any raises that we may be asked for or that we may give, or any unexpected expenditures or drops in assessed value or anything else. So part of this is about being prepared for a downturn. And so the first recommendation that we had was to reduce the number of instructional coaches that we have by half, so that elementary schools share. And at site, we have 9 elementary schools next year, including Vargas. And then at the middle schools, instead of having 3 that are shared, they will lose 1, and each middle school will get their own site, their own instructional coach. And that comes at a cost of about close to $800,000. Our district funded release days, these were put in place in order for staff, our teachers, in order to adopt the Common Core curriculum. So that was done in 2014-15. Part of this is that when we schedule these events or these release days, we do have some issues with subs. And so that becomes a challenge of either maintaining the subs or doing, or for our normal day absences, or having a release day. So we can save $100,000 if we eliminate those release days. It doesn't mean that sites cannot use their own individual funds to pay for release days. It just means that the district isn't handling those days anymore. The district summer school program, we eliminate those except for the ones for the most needy kids, stretched to kindergarten. The 2 Title Is, we received a little extra funds for Title I funding. We put that as a set aside in order to pay for the summer school. So that still exists. And the extended school year program, which is for our special education students, will still stay. But that will bring us $150,000. So we, our director of special education retired. Over the last couple of years, we have added coordinators in order to assist at the recommendation of our interim director, as well as our outgoing director. They believe that and the coordinators, they believe that they can exist without the third coordinator. And that's a cost saving of $200,000. This one's kind of interesting. We're going to hire more positions, but those positions will actually create a savings. So we're hiring board certified behavior analysts and behavior technicians as district employees to reduce the contracted services that we have. These employees will have a specific responsibility of intervening with students who have behavior issues and will be trained as such. We have a job description and training is already set. And they will be able to be deployed at any school. There will be 10 of them, as well as I believe there are 2 or 3 behavior analysts. And so that will, by reducing the number of contracted employees that we have and hiring behavior analysts as well as behavior technicians, we can save about $500,000. And so these were, if you were here at the last meeting, which most people weren't, but it's fine. So we looked at the possibility of consolidating some positions in order to get some efficiencies. We consulted with legal, and legal stated that we could not consolidate a position and change job descriptions. We had to make a choice in order to eliminate a position. And so we looked at, last time you saw categories of positions that were listed. And so we came up with the idea. We started off with elimination of library techs and school engagement facilitators, which netted $1.2 million. And then a reduction in custodial staff, which is by 3 members, and adjust the cleaning schedule to A day, B day, night schedule. And that would save us about $350,000. And then we went to contracted services, and we found another 264 contracted services. And we also, one of the elimination of a project is we often refresh our elementary Chromebooks. This year we were looking at 4th grade. If we slow down our refresh project, we can save about $95,000. And then you see also staff laptops. If you reduce the number of staff that you have and continue to keep the older ones refreshed, we can save another $45,000. So I came to $264,000. So the total savings that we came up with at the last meeting was $3.6 million. And that $3.6 million had an immediate effect. As you can see, if you look at our budget right now, we are spending in excess of close to $5 million. Oops, sorry. We are spending $5 million in excess in the red. If you apply that $3.6 million, it brought us to about $1 million deficit spending. And then it brings your reserves back up to 23.51%. So this was our first crack through a lot of different iterations of reducing our expenditures in order to maintain not only the reserves, but the possibility, the cost of living in the Bay Area is not going down. So it's our way of, at the same time, we need to recognize that we still need to be able to pay our staff a competitive salary and be able to maintain our operations. And so we're looking at 23%. And then after we listened to the board's feedback, I went back to staff and we got a little bit more creative over the weekend and decided, well, what if we can change a couple other things and how do we minimize the impact? Because the first set of recommendations essentially made a recommendation of eliminating somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 positions. And that's a really hard pill to swallow. No one in cabinet wanted to do it. I didn't want to do it. And so the question was, could we get a little bit more creative and figure out a better solution to this and minimize the impact? Because trying to find positions within our organization for 25 people is really a tall task versus trying to find positions for a couple people would actually be a little bit more tenable. And so our goal or my goal was to create as many opportunities as possible to save a position through some creative techniques that I'm gonna go over now. And these are the updated recommendations. And what I will say, and I want to remind the board, is that these are recommendations. At the end of the day, you can choose a lot of different options, but the one option you cannot do after today is eliminate a position. So that is the one thing that if we're going to lay someone off, or we do a reduction in force, or reclassify them, or put them in a different position, we have to make that decision tonight, because after this, we won't be able to. Okay, so what has changed? Well, February 1st came, and we got our assessed value, and we hit 5.29%. Is that right? Got it. So, and our projection is 5%, which means that we feel pretty good that we're going to hit our target for our projected revenue. And before then, we were actually below the projected amount, and we only have 4 months to go. So that was a big concern of ours. The second thing is that we have, with Ron, been looking at some additional ways that we can reduce our expenditures. And I know Ron and Barthy both worked over the weekend. We talked a couple of times to find other ways to sort of reduce our ongoing costs this year, which have a multiplying effect moving forward. And then we also came up with some pretty innovative positions, some creative solutions to save as many positions as possible. So let me take you through those. Unfortunately for this one, we have to eliminate 2 SCEF positions. And the way that we looked at this is that we looked at the unduplicated accounts for all of our schools for next year's using this year's enrollment projections, and schools that had less, somewhere in the neighborhood of 26 or lower for SED, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, or their unduplicated count was lower than 26%. We said that we could go back to the old way of doing business, which is that sites were sharing. And that means that 4 sites would actually have to share 2 school community engagement facilitators. The other thing that we decided, just listening to board feedback, is that these are 11-month positions. We can make them 10-month positions because that's when our kids are in, and that's when we're most engaged with our community, and that will bring a cost savings for us. This next one, and I know Vargas seems to be, you're going to hear Vargas a couple of times. Let me explain how Vargas is, or why Vargas is sort of picked on. And I know Dr. Jones is sitting over there somewhere. So 2 different departments are really working on this. So you have the Ed Services team that we're working with that is looking at how they can reduce their expenditures and their budget. And then you have the Business Services team that is functioning in a different world. As soon as those recommendations are made, they're making adjustments. In this case, both with the library tech as well as the instructional coach, these were in our budget assumptions that were created 2 years ago. We normally don't look at our budget assumptions until later on this year as we start developing our next year's budget and we start making adjustments for those. We're able to catch some of these budget assumptions now and bring them back in and realize them as savings so that we are to reduce our expenditures for the out years if we can make some adjustments. And so you'll see there, as I mentioned before, instructional coaches, there are 4.5 instructional coaches for 9 schools. But in the budget assumption, there was a full-time instructional coach for Vargas. So we've already given Vargas a half-time instructional coach, and we would have had in position control another position that was out there, which means that technically Vargas on paper would have had 1.5 positions allocated to it for coaching. By catching the 1.0 FTE, we're able to save the amount of money that's there and realize or go with the recommendation that was proposed from the Ed Services team, which is the 0.5. I also think, and I've said this to you in our conversations, I think it's really hard to create, unless you can create a cost savings position, to say that we're going to create one position and we're going to eliminate another position. And so I think in this case, in order to maintain our libraries, to create a rotating schedule amongst all of our library technicians to cover Vargas's site. It doesn't mean that that's a permanent solution. It means it's a temporary solution until we can really figure out what's going on, until we get to a place where we're really comfortable with our budget. This is an example that we came up with over the weekend. So you have 1 week out of every 9 weeks, somebody is rotating in to maintain Vargas's library. And so the other thing that we would do is we have to reduce Graham's library technicians. There are 2 of them, from 1.125 to one full-time FTE. The next thing is the 4 temporary at-risk coordinators. They were informed earlier this year that they were in temporary positions. So that is Huff, Montaloma, Landos, and Mistral. And so we have never budgeted for the temporary at-risk coordinators. It's not a critique about anyone's job whatsoever. It's just that we were very upfront at the beginning of the year that these were temporary positions depending on funding. And because right now we're projecting that the funding is not going to be there, we need to execute what we said at the beginning of the year, which are that they're temporary. That does not impact Castro, Therakoff, Crittenden, and Graham. They have had at-risk coordinators at their sites, and they will keep those. But however, those positions will move from 11-month to 10-month positions. The next one is textbook adoptions. We want to and we need to adopt textbooks. The last time that this district adopted a social study, I used to teach social studies. The last time that one was adopted was 2006, which is after I was teaching, and it hasn't been changed since. And there are new countries that exist. There's a couple new presidents that have came and gone. And so we put social studies and science textbooks contingent on our property tax, so the growth. And so this is the one thing I would caution everybody on, is that we can't use the excess revenue for everything. So we need to be very strategic about how we use the excess tax revenue as it comes in. But I think tying our textbook adoptions to the excess revenue is pretty logical. It means that we meet our target, and then the extra money that's coming in can be used for other services. And so we're still in the process. We have a social studies committee that is ready to pilot at the middle schools. So as they do it, but the purchasing of the actual textbooks at the middle school is subject to funding. And then this is the one I talked about before, suggesting the staffing of the instructional coach at Vargas Elementary. It is just a shared position, just like the other middle schools, elementary schools, and we eliminated that. So if we take these new updates, we now come to 3.6, close to $3.7 million. So we've actually, by saving jobs, we actually found another $50,000. But it's not ideal. I know that we've heard from staff and we've heard from parents in terms of delaying adoptions or sharing or elimination of positions aren't tenable, but it is better than what it was 2 weeks ago. And so if we look at this, we're back to, this is the original projection of where we were. We're at 13.7%. If we add these changes in, we're now back up to 23.51%, which meets the board goal. And then the most important factor, which we haven't done up until this slide, is we have never factored in the loss of revenue that will come as a result of Bullis Mountain View. And so as you can see, the first year is 1.6, the second year is 2.2. So we go from 23 to 18.43, and it automatically increases our deficit. The challenge, I will just say, is that if we make no changes whatsoever, we don't make any reductions, that $3 million deficit spending balloons to close to $7 to $8 million. And that is not, that's a path for disaster for the district. And so we can't allow that. We have to make some type of cuts somewhere, somehow, whether it's vacant positions or reorganizations or reduction of contracted services. We have to do something, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so we also have today the governor's budget update. You'll hear this from Mr. Whelan a little bit later. We'll bring back our second interim. We also have to do our release of and non-reelective employees. That's just our normal business practice. At the same time, we'll refine the board of trustee goals that will be set this weekend. We'll do the governor's May revise, and then we have the budget adoption process that takes place starting March 30th to June 14th. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We'll open that up now for questions by the board.
One question I had, you said if we are going to eliminate positions, we have to do it now because of the release dates. If we later find more money, can we reestablish the positions, or how does that work?
We can. So bringing a position back is actually easy. But to meet the letter of the law, you have to let them know it's a possibility that your position may not be here. So you could, the board's discretion, create a priority list and say that these are the positions that we want to bring back at a particular time in this particular order. And then that takes some of the guessing from staff away. And so we would, as we find revenue, as we're able to find some other cost savings behind the scenes, we can come back and say, based off of the work that the business office and I have done, we're able to bring back X positions or across. So that is a possibility, yes. I don't think, from the personal side, I think anybody that was in that position wouldn't want to go on a roller coaster. I know that it's been an emotional ride over the last couple of days for employees. And so I get it, but that is a solution that we could employ.
Has there ever been an instance where assessed values went lower than what they are in February?
Yes. So last year, our assessed value was written down twice in the subsequent months. And then the final write down came after a large corporation wrote off $350 million of unsecured debt. So it is possible. The likelihood of it happening, though, now that we've already crossed is a lot less than last year. We were always trailing our assessed value. And so we kept adjusting the numbers and kept looking at, well, adjusting our budget projections to try and get close to where we thought it would land. This year, we're holding tight on the 5%, which is a pretty conservative one. And we're there. So we have 4 months left. So I do not believe it's possible, but I think a write-off of that size would be even larger than what we just saw from $3 million. We should, if you look at the trends, we should make our target.
Or go higher.
Or go higher.
I know in the initial part of the presentation, and I think it's a slide you skipped over, it very much detailed who was involved in helping come up with these recommendations in terms of, it wasn't just you or the district office, there was the principals, site level leadership.
Yep. So different school communities had conversations about this, where site councils gave recommendations. In fact, I was just at Castro, I think 2 weeks ago. I know Terry was telling me we sat down and we talked about it. I heard the same thing from Stevenson. So different sites have done it. We asked each department to look to make a proportional cut. We've obviously had a conversation here. The principals met and discussed it. It is every Monday we have a cabinet meeting. It has consumed cabinet. So it's been a lot of different individuals. And then I take all that information and try to make the best judgment call that I can bring back to you based off of some creative solutions that we've had. And so again, Friday night, Saturday afternoon, 3 of us were working on how we could make this work, and a lot of back and forth. But I know Friday afternoon, there were probably 5 or 6 members from cabinet who were sitting in my office as I was driving back from a conference in Monterey, and the same thing. It was the state superintendent's conference, and I had an idea, And so then they were bouncing off stuff to say, we can do this, we can do that. Let me see if I can look here. And so that's a testament to the team, but it's been a lot of people putting in a lot of hours to talk about it. I know our leadership team, which is our directors, principals, coordinators, associate superintendents, they have dived into this for probably about 3 or 4 months and came up with some different recommendations. And this is probably the 8th or 9th iteration that we've had of this to try and get as much money as possible with a minimal amount of impact.
And with the same primary board direction in terms of things that people wanted
Yes.
not touch.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you.
So I have a couple questions.
Sure.
And some of these you already answered in the questions that were submitted by the trustees. Mine were 1 through 11. And one of those questions was, in regards to the library staffing, the 1 week where the school affected won't have a librarian, I had asked whether or not the school can use their own allocated money or the PTA funding for such a position via an IA or a substitute teacher. And I think your response was?
So the collective bargaining agreement that we have with our classified employees prohibits us from having volunteers in a position that has been impacted by a layoff. So we cannot have people volunteer in the library, because since you mentioned that, in order to backfill a position. So we can't do that. What you can do, and what typically happens, is if a teacher has a parent volunteer and the teacher goes into the library, the parent can assist the teacher, because that's just a part of the volunteering process. So we debated this one for a long time about, how do we make this work and how do we make sure that we adhere to the agreement that we have with the CBA. And that's why we were able to realize, what if we got a little bit more creative and sort of created a rotating schedule as opposed to position elimination.
So even though they've been reduced by said percentage, that's still looked at within the agreement as a layoff, and therefore
It's
that's
not.
why.
The only thing you're doing is changing hours.
Okay.
So it's not a layoff. You're just changing, and it's only essentially it's at one site, which is Graham. You're just bringing everybody to a full-time FTE, but you're not reducing position. There's no layoff or anything else for library techs. The only thing that we're not doing is we're not hiring one for Vargas initially. We're going to have to provide a coverage schedule so that Vargas is kept whole.
And that's what allowed the district then to keep the librarians that we have now out to a certain point.
Correct. We will be able to, if we employ that strategy, we will be able to maintain our libraries across all sites.
Okay. And then my other question was in regards to where we're at with board goals. We gave some direction the last meeting. The majority of the board had agreed on keeping to fund certain programs like the Yosemite trip. What I'm thinking about is, because we look at the calendar, and I'm speaking to the trustees here, when we look at the calendar at this point in time, there's a lot of moving parts. So we've got the projections for 1, 2, 3 years from now. Then we have the incoming monies that are associated to the assessed value, the developer fees. Then we have the LCAP process in full blast mode, where we get community feedback from the different school sites. It goes on and on and on. And we do our best to try and prognosticate what we can do for the following years. And with real-time money sometimes, and with real-time best guesses sometimes, and then in the end, it kind of works out. But all that having been said, what I'm wondering here is it possible to try and partner up with an organization such as NBEF to try and figure out, of those programs, such as like the Yosemite trip, would they be able to help us out with partial funding or full funding? What's the idea? What ideas can we look at to try and partner up with people now as opposed to after the fact?
So I don't want to speak for MVEF, and I don't know if Andrea Moss is here. She's not here. So I don't want to speak for them. I know that when we were talking about our reductions, I have a monthly meeting with MVEF. So we did talk about Yosemite, and we did talk about Walden West. And it happened right before the board made a decision, or it's actually happened right after the board made a decision to protect it. And so at that time, even though they haven't started the budgeting process, I don't want to, I think they were concerned that it would disappear. They also understood the financial picture. And I don't want to say that they were prepared to try and raise money, but I think in the event that it did disappear, they may have looked at their budget to see if there was anything that they could do to help. Is there opportunity? There probably is. We just haven't, with everything else that's been going on, we haven't been able to explore it. The part of the beauty of doing this so early, as opposed to waiting until the fall, is that it gives you some lead time to try and find some solutions for funding. I know that I've also heard from parents that they may be willing to raise a little bit more to also assist. So I do think it's possible, but the decision has to be made one way or another so that we can change our budget assumptions to move forward. The cost of both Walden West and Yosemite this year was $320,000.
Sure, and that leads, thank you. That leads to my second question, which I hope the trustees will note. It's the step-by-step process, right? So the final step I have in asking this question is pretty simple. Because the situation is so fluid that way with funding, for the reasons already stated, if and when we decide on this recommendation, if we were to do this, later on, as we work through these partnerships with other organizations, such as like an MVEF, and we're not speaking on their behalf, I'm just throwing that out there. If that were to change and then there's an establishment of a goal that they or other organizations would be able to help us, we still have enough time then to go back to the budget and revise that amount that was going to be an expenditure to apply it to something else. And if we do have that leeway, by when do we need to finalize that by?
So you always have the ability to add. Cutting is a lot different. And our budget, so you get a couple cracks at your budget to make adjustments. So the first one is you set your budget assumptions and you adopt your budget at the end of this year. Then at first interim, we look back and we say, so how are we doing? And we look at the full picture. And then at second interim, which is coming up, you can make adjustments there to your current year's expenditures to realize some savings. And then you start the process over where you set the priorities, you adopt a budget, and then you go back first interim, second interim. So there's always an opportunity to add. It's almost like the old adage, measure twice, cut once. So we can add, but the only thing you have to be cognizant of cutting, if you're going to cut today, is positions. By law, after today, we won't have another opportunity to do it again. Anything else you can remove, we can add back and sort of play with it until you get close to June 14th. Then you adopt your budget, and then after that, you have two cracks at it: first interim, second interim.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. So I know that helps me, I helps the board, and I'm sure it helps the community. So my final question, though, is, bear with me, trustees, is in terms of the layoffs or the suggested revisions to the full-time employee personnel numbers, if we decide tonight to stick with what was recommended, my question then is, are we going to face the same situation with the same group of people or others next year as well, or is this a one-time situation where we adjust? Because, and I'm going to give a preface here quickly, the majority of the questions that I submitted of the 11, all that was focused towards trying to find out how we looked at every possible position that may be overlapping that we may not need. And if we have, how did that look like, which you've already answered. But what I wanted to figure out is, in the end, will we have to go through this exercise again, or will we not?
So I would love to say that we would never have to go through this exercise again. It's been a while since I've been a part of layoffs or reduction in force. So I would love to say that that would not be a possibility. What I would say is it's always dependent on funding, and it's always dependent on how we spend our money. So if we are in the red, and at some point we have to stop spending in the red and we have to get back to the black. I feel pretty comfortable that if we find $3.6 million, I mean, it would be nice to find $5 million, but if we can find $3.6 million, we can avoid any real hard budget reductions over the next couple of years. And we should have to be able to maintain. What the impact of that, though, will be that the years of 8% raises, 6.8% raises, 5% raises will slow down drastically. So it is, I believe, just looking at the current numbers, that we're in a good position if we make some reductions. Behind the scenes, our initial target is to find $1 million out of the current year's expenditures and to reduce it, so to bring the number down from 5 million to 4. I believe that we are really close over the last couple of days of finding that much money through looking at position control and vacant positions. And I talked to the principals about eliminating some positions that haven't been filled or that may be sitting in contract. They may have a contractor there currently, but we still have it in position control. And again, normally you reconcile this at the end of the year. We're just reconciling a little bit earlier so we understand what our financial picture is. So I feel confident that if we can hit our $1 million target now and we make some reductions, that we should be in pretty good shape even with Bullis coming in. What we cannot do, though, is we cannot continue on the path where we're spending $5 million in excess of our revenue and then pay Bullis $2 to $3 million on top of that and give raises or anything else. That's just an unsustainable path.
Okay. I'm sorry. I lied. I have one more question because your response just it inspired me in one final question. So this is fascinating to me. So we were along a good path, just so everyone knows. When we joined, you and I, and we thought we could make a big difference. And honestly, I don't think you'll mind if I share this with everyone, but my first meeting with Dr. Rudolph, I said, look, I don't know how long we're going to be here. I don't know if we're going to win, if I'm going to win re-election or anything, but as long as I'm there and as long as you're here, we have to make the most impact in a good way as possible. Whatever the community says, we'll do it. In terms of, taking heed, taking chances, just being innovative, because it's about time. So I thank you for that. But having said that, I also understand that there's limitations to everything. And we didn't foresee Bullis. If that didn't come into play, I think we would be going towards that route of success that everyone wants and has shared with us that they want to see us continue on, including keeping all the SCEFs, all the librarian technicians in their former positions of employment percentage-wise as opposed to what's recommended now. So I'm really bummed out. I'm really upset because I don't want to hold back on the textbooks for next generation science standards, because I feel like when the community came together and we went through the strategic plan process and we got input from everyone, members of the board, executive team, the community, business leaders as well, and companies, we all had this common dream of what the profile of a graduate would look like. So I don't want to hold that back because I feel like that's part of the plan. And if we don't follow through with that, we're shortchanging ourselves. I know we have to adjust here and there with our goals because they're pretty lofty and there's a lot of them. And the difference is that with this administration, we've been able to accomplish a lot of that step by step, slowly but surely. Whereas in years before, it was not so much. So when you said that you might be able to find in the team another 1 million or so, would that help us to push along the purchasing of the textbooks, or would that set us back?
It would definitely help. Yeah. The $1 million isn't accounted in there. So yes, it can help. The board could make a decision to move past the 17 to 20% and drop that number a lot lower. The state requires us to be at 3%. Los Altos is currently at 6%. It becomes a very dangerous proposition to go that low. If we were LA Unified, you could go to 1%.
No, we can stop there. It's okay.
But that's because LA Unified has $1 billion budget, and so that's a hefty amount. There are other tactics that are out there, but yes, could we take the $1 million and now please understand this $1 million is over multiple years, right? So next year's social studies adoption was budgeted around $400,000. The science adoption, which is the year after, was $800,000.
Wait, how much did you say? 800 for science?
800,
And
yeah.
what was social studies?
Social studies was 400,000. It's an estimate though. So we could make adjustments there. We could utilize the savings that are here. And that's, it's possible. We just need the direction in terms of where you want us to go and how you want us to apply it.
And if we were to create partnerships with organizations like MVF or others, would they also be able to pitch in for that, for the difference, or is that not in play? Or
I don't want to speak for MVF.
no, I know, but I'm using them as an example because there are others, or there's grants, or
I know that MVEF is, I know that our tech companies, MVEF, as well as this board, are really focused in on science. I think there are opportunities to find to find opportunities for there. Whether or not, a tech company wants to pay for science textbooks, that probably won't happen. But I do know that, and the name of the company is skipping my mind right now, but they do help to pay for the science kits. So that is a possibility. I know MVF helps with the science kits also. So those types of things I think are possible. Textbooks nobody gets excited about donating money for textbooks.
Thank you. Thank you for your help. Thanks for the answers. Thank you.
Wait, we're not doing comments yet, right?
Yeah,
It's still
I have a
questions.
really quick question just about the library tech at Vargas. So there will be a tech there once a week, every 9 weeks?
That's if we were to create a rotating schedule, yes.
I think it was a week at a time,
It's a week at a
but you're
time.
going to have rotating ones.
So 1 week, it's one librarian from a different
So
site, and then
essentially
the next-
once every 10 weeks or
there
11
isn't
weeks.
one.
There isn't one at every single site.
Okay.
And so it doesn't mean that the library closes. It just means that they're on a rotating schedule.
Right, because here it's like there'll be, it seems to say they'll be staffed 1 week every 9, but I get, okay, that was it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
It's 1 week out that they won't be
So
out of 10.
Stevenson's library tech would go for 1 week.
Yeah.
Then the next week, Theracof's would go, and you just go through the
I
rotation
Mhm.
until Vargas has an empty week. And so everybody is treated fairly.
And I'm fairly certain that every elementary kid goes once a week at all of our school sites currently. Okay, that's it from me.
I do have questions. I'm going to start with questions about people. So the coaches, we're cutting from 8 down to 4.5. And those are some of our most experienced, most highly viewed teachers. Where do those people go?
So we do this every year for our teachers on special assignments. We place them back at a position. So we always hold a position for them at some point. And then the ones who want to continue will reapply. But we do have enough positions available in our district to house all of our coaches.
So they would go back into the classroom, for example?
Yes.
Okay. For the SCEF positions, the 2 that are eliminated, are the cuts to SCEFs through CSEA based on seniority, or how is that determined?
So any reductions in force are always followed by seniority. But just because they may not be the most senior in that position does not mean that they do not have seniority in another position. And so under the collective bargaining agreement, the school engagement facilitator could go back and bump the least senior at-risk coordinator, instructional assistant, and go back into that area. According to CBA, and I know Carmen has it out there also, your first obligation is to notify them, and then you want to try to find a job within the class. If not, you go to the bumping rights of the class that they had rights to.
And I don't know, the qualifications of all of our current SCEFs. Are many of them
pretty senior and came from other positions and applied in to be SCEFs?
Every school community engagement facilitator has the ability to bump someone else in a different position.
So we're
Yes.
kind of looking at like a trickle down effect.
Correct. So for instance, a school community engagement facilitator could bump an at-risk coordinator, department secretary. This is actual scenario. Department secretary or what's the other one? Receptionist. They could choose one of those three categories. If they chose receptionist, the person that they bump then has bumping rights to bump someone else. And then you keep bumping until you get to a vacant position. The good thing, I'll just say for like receptionists, in this instance, we do have a vacant position at Vargas Elementary. And so we could at least place somebody there, and that could solve the bumping. Doesn't mean that it would be who Dr. Jones may have wanted to hire, but at least means that somebody has a job.
So you foresee one spot. Is there, what do we think might happen in that second school?
It's the same thing. It would be a bumping rights. And so
do we think we have anything open?
We do. We ran different scenarios. But again, they got to be willing to go. In some cases, it's a class drop. So they have to be willing to take a pay cut in order to maintain the position. Carmen, you just turn on the mic.
I just want to make sure that the board understands that we have CSEA sitting at our side when we do this, because it's very meticulous work. We look at the classification that the employee has been prior and the years of service in that classification. And so it's a very, very detailed process. And we have CSEA working with us. So even though we may have some options, it really is just a lot of moving parts right now. It just depends on the direction that you give us and where we go from there.
And I have similar questions about the at-risk coordinators.
Sure.
So we're looking at 4 at-risk coordinators or supervisors. And my understanding is, I know it just came out in the Mistral newsletter that the at-risk supervisor there is going to be leaving at the end of the month. So 3 at-risk supervisors.
Correct.
And again, they're in CSEA. I know there was some talk about possibly the behavior technician positions that are going to be new.
It is possible, yeah.
Are those similar pay and benefits or very different?
We haven't got there yet.
Yeah.
So we have the job descriptions written. Obviously, it is when we worked on this, the idea was, and we have a group that's working on professional development, that this position would require more training. And because it requires more training, it would be at a different pay level than the instructional assistant. Where that falls on classified employees' salary schedule has yet to be determined, and it has to be negotiated.
Thank you. That is all of my questions for now.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have one main question. You talked about creating a priority list.
If the board chooses,
potentially.
yes.
What would be the mechanism for that? How would we do it? When would we do it?
You could do it today, or you could come back after thinking about it at the next board meeting. We could just create an item and you just say, these are the positions that we would like to bring back. These are the items that we would like to bring back. This is how we want to prioritize any excess funding. And then essentially we sort of build that into our assumptions. So as we hit a certain mark, we'll be able to say, yes, we can bring this position back. And then we'll just provide the board of updates.
So Board President Wilson, I would support bringing that item back at a future, for a future agenda when we've all had time to, understand all the ramifications of, what we're doing tonight.
And I had one further question, clarifying question on slide 32. It talked about eliminating the 2 SCEF positions at sites with low needs. And then it said schools with low and duplicated counts will share a SCEF. Stevenson, Huff, Landals, Bubb, and Vargas. That's 5 schools, not 4. I'm just trying to make sure every school is going to have at least a half SCEF, or is it going to be 40%?
No,
those
it's
schools?
2 steps for 5 schools.
For 5 schools?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no more questions from the board at this time, we'll open this up to community comment. We have 12 comment cards. I think what we'll have to do in this event, given time constraints, is we'll do a minute for 13. We'll do a minute for English speaking and 2 minutes for Spanish speaking members of the community. So what we'll do is I'll call out your name of the first few people, and if you could go ahead and line up at the podium so we could facilitate moving along with the community comments, that would be very much appreciated. Our first speaker on this item will be Veronica Galindo, followed by Donna Hatakeda, Liz Mabe, Sarah Donahue, Ricardo Ramirez, Martin Castaneda, and Zoe Friedman. Could you please line up in that order at the podium, please? Veronica Galindo. Is Veronica Galindo here? Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to Donna Hatakeda. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing names.
Donna Hatakeda, but I relinquish my time to Sarah.
Okay, thank you.
Liz.
Sarah, hold on one moment.
This is Liz.
Sarah Donahue? Okay.
And just to move things along, I'm Liz Maybe, and I'll do the same.
Okay. Want to do that? Okay. And this, sorry. Yeah, it was a mistake. There.
Hello.
Your name?
I'm Sarah Donahue.
Okay.
I am a library technician for the district and a parent of 2 children in the district. Tonight, I represent your library technicians behind me. This team of 10 touches approximately 1,600 students each day. We partner with teachers to support academic achievement, connect at-risk families to critical literacy resources, and provide a sanctuary for everyone needing emotional relief, which is probably all of us right now. We do much more than check in and check out books. Tonight, our goal is to reintroduce ourselves to you. It has been far too long since we have provided a comprehensive review of the far-reaching effects of the library team's accomplishments. With tonight's full agenda, we will defer to other employees whose jobs are more at risk at this time. However, we'd like to request a space on an upcoming agenda for library techs to highlight some of our achievements and impacts on students and teachers and communities. And lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the work that the district has done, the long hours that they have put in. We understand that unpacking all this information is not always easy, and we would like to provide as much information as possible so that you can make quality decisions for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Donahue.
Hello, my name is Martin Castaneda, and I just want to say thank you to Beatriz class for such a great facilitator at Landals. And she's been the voice for the Hispanic community and the whole school, and she's been very great. She started with the first newcomers in the whole district. And she's been in the Parent University in ELAC and Little Lions. And she's been very helpful to our community, especially the bilingual community. And personally, I really don't have to read this as much as I thought it was. But I just want to say we really need her. She's been very helpful to my mom, to my wife, because she don't speak any English. And as you know, I'm very like a role model, Miss Carmen and Mr. Hermosillo. They are both bilingual. And we definitely, as you, Jose Gutierrez, you're bilingual.
Gracias.
And we need people like her to be at the school. to really help us out. I think our Hispanic community is really growing. It's one of the biggest communities growing, and we really need people like her to help my wife fill out the paperwork and help my kids. Anthony's going to this school, and my daughter's still going to Landals. And she's been I'm very grateful to meet her like herself, and I really want to keep her. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ricardo Ramirez going to speak? I just had that person next, not to interrupt you, but okay. And Zoe Friedman? Yeah. Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Zoe Friedman, and I'm a fifth grade student at Huff Elementary. I've come today to talk about the budget cuts at the school district. We are very thankful that the new proposal does not cut the librarians' jobs. Miss Calb, the librarian of Huff, is well loved by every single student at school and makes everyone feel welcome. I'm sure students from all the other Mountain View schools feel the same about their librarian. I love Miss Calb. She is an amazing person who is a great librarian. Each week, my class goes to library, and Miss Calb has selected a brand new book to read to our class and gets everyone involved and excited about the subject. Also, whenever I need a book to read, Miss Calb has great recommendations for me, and I'm there a lot. Most importantly, however, the library is often a safe place for students who need a peaceful place to go, have trouble socializing with others, or want to be part of a group who like reading. Miss Calb is always there for everyone and is a great friend. Also, Miss Calb runs a book club where we learn to appreciate others' opinions and ideas, how to disagree respectfully, and form new friendships.
Thank you, Zoe. I'm going to have to ask that. Could you please email the rest of your comments? I know you've already sent the board one email. If you want to email us the rest, I hate to cut you short, but we just have a lot more to work through tonight.
Okay.
Could you please send that? Maria Lara, followed by Veronica Gaspariano, Araceli Callejas, the Langdale family, Zoe Drumright, and Agnes, I can't read.
Anya.
Balthilver. I'm getting
help
this.
us.
I'm
She's there.
butchering this. I'm so sorry.
Yes, she's there.
Is Maria Lara here? Okay. Veronica Gaspariano. Araceli. Please. Thank you.
Good night to everybody. Thank you for listening to the community. I'm here. I'm a parent for a long time, a volunteer. I was part of the ELAC and the DLAC community for many years, for 7 years while my kids were in Landals, and right now my second kid in 8th grade in Graham. And we had been fighting so much for having facilitators in our community because not only the language, but they understand the culture. And they know that it's very hard to speak in a public like I'm doing right now. And English especially is very hard for the community. So we fight to have facilitators a long time ago, and now they are trying to take it away from us. People need these facilitators because it's a bridge between teachers, principals, and they make you feel so comfortable. Before, people were not close to come to talk to principals or teachers. They are the bridge to us. Please don't cut them. They are very important to the community of the Latino people. Thank you.
Langdale family? The Langdale family?
Hi, I'm Fiona. This is my son Ryan, and this is my husband Philip. And we are part of the Huff Elementary School community. And Ryan has really benefited from Ms. Teresa Diaz's help. She's the at-risk intervention supervisor at Huff. And Ryan and I wrote this letter this afternoon to address the board. So I'm going to read in Ryan's voice. Hi, my name is Ryan, and I attend Huff Elementary School. I don't want Ms. Teresa's job to be eliminated because she helps kids like me at school. Sometimes when I get in trouble, I have very negative thoughts. Miss Teresa helps me work through my feelings so that I can feel better. She also lets parents know that their kids are safe. If Miss Teresa's position is made at school be a much more difficult place for me and others to be, I want to be happy at school, and Miss Diaz helps with that. Please do not take away her position so that she can help kids like me. And whatever help that we as parents provide Ryan outside of school, Ms. Diaz and people in her position are there right when things happen, and whatever we do for Ryan is after. And so it's really important that in that moment she's there to support our son.
Thank you very much. Zoe Drumright.
Hi, my name is Zoe, and I'm a 5th grader at Huff Elementary. Our librarian, Mrs. Kalb, is loved by everyone at Huff. Every time our class goes to the library, she has a new book to share with us. She also runs an amazing book club for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. In her book club, it is so nice to discuss a book with other people interested in reading. Every day I know there is book club, I look forward to school, and it is the best part of my day. Miss Kalb is a great librarian, and Huff would not be the same without her. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Zoe.
Hello, my name is Agnès Bertillier. I'm a parent in the district and a long-time volunteer at my kids' school, including a lot of time spent in the libraries. I was flabbergasted to see that anybody could think that the job of a librarian or library technician is limited to inventorying books. Librarians curate and maintain collections of learning materials that support students' first forays into pleasure reading and, more importantly, into research. But just as importantly, they introduce younger students to story. They learn to know them, their likes, their interests. They plant the seeds of a lifelong love of reading. When I was encouraged to see that the first suggestion to drop all libraries was fixed in the latest suggested budget, I was less enthused to read that the newer plan will not provide all students equal access to that essential resource for learning by providing only 1/9 or 1/8 of a librarian for Vargas. This is not equal access for all students. And I would encourage all board members and maybe district office staff to come and visit the district's libraries and see what's really happening there.
Thank you, Anya.
Well, I can speak to Mistral, that's for sure.
Now's the time for discussion with the board. We had questions initially.
I have a comment. Somebody made a comment earlier that I think was a misunderstanding of the way school budgets work. Somebody was referencing 25% reserve. And what, everyone should understand is what school districts are looking at is the year 3 reserve. So year 1 reserve, looks fine, and maybe year 2. Year 3, with these creative, problem-solving ideas, is at 18.43%. So that's in the ballpark of the widely recommended 3-year reserve for basic aid districts of being 17 to 20%. So Dr. Rudolph, I appreciate you telling us that within the next few days or a few weeks, we will be hearing about more potential sources of income that, district has found. And I look forward to a next board agenda on priority list. But I'd like people to think about, we're looking at year 3, and that is 18.43%. So that's what we are responsible for.
And when I was looking at that number, I was thinking 17 to 20 and wondering if we could shave it down a little bit, because some of these cuts are, I mean, all the cuts are going to be difficult. And I wanted to thank all the members of the community who wrote on behalf of the library technicians, the at-risk coordinators, the SCEFs, and also textbooks. I mean, these are all really, really important things to our district. And my kids are in college and out of college. We didn't have SCEFs. We didn't have at-risk coordinators. And for a while before the first parcel tax passed, the libraries were shuttered. So I'm so glad that we're not at that place now. And I'm glad that we will still be able to have some SCEFs. I'd like to have more. I also don't want Vargas to be, I was calling it the poor stepchild. I think it needs to have, you know, an equitable amount of resources. It needs to look like the other schools. And so, although I appreciate the creativity of the rotating position, and that seems like perhaps a decent, reasonable solution for, you know, on a temporary basis, it's not what I want to see going forward. I mean, I think Vargas needs to have the same amount of positions as our other schools do. And so I, like Ellen, look forward to the priority list. Oh, and I was just going to say, you know, 13-year-old, 16-year-old textbooks. When was the last adopt? I mean, it's 2006. 13-year-old textbooks for science. I mean, really? And I will say that I know that the state was very slow in approving textbooks. So it was just a few weeks ago where the state finally did the adoption that fits Common Core. So we've been kind of kicking that can down the road, waiting for the state to approve one. But now that they have, I don't feel like we can wait 2 more years. And so I realize we don't have the money initially, and you know, maybe we can still do the process where you get, you know, you pilot them and have your committee. But I don't want to defer those. 13 years is a long time. I mean, it's older than most of the kids in our district. So, you know, those are really important things. So in any event, I'll pass it on to the next person. But thank you. And I also appreciate the staff for all the hard work. I mean, I know the staff, the principals, there were a lot of people involved in this. It was hard. It still is hard, but I truly appreciate everybody's involvement and creativity.
I'd like to concur with what Trustee Blakely said, especially in regards to the equity piece for library technicians. After seeing especially the children come up and say that they've connected with a single librarian at their school site, to have 9 coming through another site may change that kind of a dynamic, and I think may change that equity piece. And I fear that if we cover it in that manner rather than actually filling the position, we're going to just say it's covered and not be thinking about it again and or prioritizing it into the future. I'm also comfortable with giving a little bit more wiggle room in year 3, and would definitely prioritize any and all services and or textbook adoptions or any item that reaches the maximum number of students. I think we've put ourselves in a little bit of a pigeonhole, and I know this is going to be unpopular, and I am an environmental scientist and environmentalist, but putting Yosemite and Walden West as these anchor pieces around which we're dancing to do all these other activities, I think we've limited ourselves in some additional creativity pieces that we could have explored by not doing that. And again, we didn't know. It's sort of like you put the anchor down, you see the wake, it's like, goodness, this is a different picture. So I would be amenable to opening up the discussion in terms of that priority. But I think Vargas needs a library tech. I really like all these other creative opportunities and ideas. This is hard. I'm not comfortable sitting here and making these choices. I don't think anybody else would say that they are comfortable either. But I think it's okay to look at being a little bit more flexible in year 3. And we have not talked about potential revenue. We have lease agreements that we could look at, which I think could probably easily get us our textbooks adoptions. And that is a priority of the board and the strategic plan. To have 13-year-old textbooks and classes that reach all of our kids is not acceptable. Positions aside, this is the education piece, and we are always supposed to make decisions based on the kids first. Somebody told me when I took this that you just got to have that written on the back of your nameplate. Remember, There's a lot of adults involved in this, but it's the kids that we're supposed to be putting first and foremost. I'll hand it off at this point.
Sure. So I want to thank everyone for their patience and for their time, members of the board, community members, executive team members, Superintendent Rudolph. But I want to remind everyone, no one here on the board takes these things lightly. We've been saying this ever since bullets came in on the attack. We knew that we were going to have a day like this. And I don't mean to be a jackass, but it could be a lot worse. We could not have any options. You all and all of us would be in a real pickle. But what I like is that the LCAP process here allows for the community, for the parents, and for members of the general district as a whole to participate in their school life. This is how you empower yourselves to help us make the decisions, right? So I want you to remember that, because we hear you, we listen to you, we see the videos afterwards, we review all the comments, we read all the emails. It's not like we ignore the opinions of our people who helped us to get to these spots. We don't have a salary. Basically volunteers, we get like a $270 stipend. None of this is easy for us to try and tackle and solve. I know the librarians are upset because a percentage of their work has just gone, but you're still here. And we will do everything we can to try and keep pushing the district forward, which is why I opened up earlier the idea of maybe re-examining the issue of Yosemite and Walden West and creating partnerships, because in this process, as we're discovering, just finally to conclude, it's great that right now all these different pieces are aligning. The LCAP process, the budget process, the board discussion, the possibility of priorities, what you all feel is important and why. And now hopefully you have a better understanding of where we sit here on the board, trying to figure all this stuff out, always for the best interest of the kids. So thank you.
I'd also like to thank everyone who came and everyone who emailed us. And there has been a lot of communication, and that civic engagement from our community around education is incredible and important. And please keep reaching out to us and letting us know on everyday things as well that aren't as fraught as this, because we really appreciate the input. I am really torn between what has the most impact on our students, because I think the people that students interact with every day have a very large impact. The at-risk coordinators in some ways have been filling in for mental health. At some of our schools, we have wait lists for CHAC counseling. The SCEFs also refer people to mental health, nutritional services. I'm wondering if there's opportunity around, I know the El Camino Community Benefit Program funds our nurses around trying to apply for funding for our SCEFs or at risk, or something that, deals more with these health issues. Is that an avenue we can look at?
I've reached out to her, to Barbara, and so next week she's given me a couple of times that we can have a conversation. I can't speak on behalf of of whether or not they were funded, and for this, unfortunately for this process, you have to make a decision one way or another, and then again, if funding comes in, or if there's another opportunity to get extra revenue, obviously we can apply it to, depending on whether or not it's restricted or not. But there is always a possibility. I just don't want us to think it's a certainty,
right.
And then we make a decision based off of the certainty. So, but if again, you're not. Just because you say a priority is a priority in the beginning doesn't mean that right now you have to keep that as a priority. You're more than welcome to adjust that or to have us to find some other solutions. Again, the most important thing today is you have to let us know, do you want us to move forward or do you want us to not do anything? And if we don't do anything, you just have to understand there is an impact there. And we would do everything just like we did last year to make reductions behind the scenes so that the impact is minimal. But we do need to know today whether or not you want to keep SCEPs, whether you want to keep at risk, whether you want to add a librarian, because those are the positions, and then prioritize other things as textbook adoptions when we get revenue, or if we can find it, if we can keep reducing some of our current expenditures. I mean, that's all a possibility. We just need direction to know, because from an HR standpoint, at the next meeting, we have to make some decisions, and we have to put that in there.
I've been on the side of getting laid off due to budget cuts, and I think it's how we lose high quality talent. I think it's how we lose people who've built relationships with our community and are really embedded. And so there are large resource costs that go with those people. At the same time, like if we're going to not lose all of our students to Bullis Mountain View Charter School, then we need current science curriculum and social studies curriculum. So I'm really torn on this, and I know everyone else does.
But this is part of the conversation, though. Oh, I'm sorry, Ellen. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I want to make reference to President Wilson. You've been sending out responses to the people who email the trustees. And one of the things you've brought up in your responses is that something that could help us and that we are potentially interested in looking into are doing another bond campaign, maybe in 2020, and that would raise money that we could use, displace money that's being used for other things, use it for these things, and that would be a big help. Another thing you have referenced, and we've talked about it, and we need a lot of discussion, is looking at the shoreline plan. So, and that could potentially, give us a lot of money. So I say all these things so that everybody understands, while we haven't had an agenda item for these things yet, these are things we are talking seriously about, and having it be brought out in public that we're interested in the bond, we're interested in looking at shoreline, I think helps others in the community understand that these may be coming.
So it's good then that the community is here so that you all can help us spread the word to your PTAs, to your other parents, to your family, to your friends, because we'll need all the support we can get. Because eventually I think this issue goes straight to the city council. So we would need your help with all that.
Given that none of this is assured,
Yeah.
These cuts are painful. They're painful. I continue to think that the Yosemite and science camp are just huge equity issues, and so I'd be willing to explore 1 year or deferring a year, maybe every other year. I don't know. I mean, but I think we need to keep those. And so, given the fact that you've got all the careful detail here, I would make a motion to support what is it? Looking at the recommendations, the budget reduction recommendations. But I still want to have that meeting next time where we look at priorities to restore, and I would be hopeful that we would be able to restore some things and perhaps even shave the year 3 thing down to 17 instead of 18.43.
Second.
I was just going to say that year 3 is actually year 2 right now. So it looks like year 3 because we're in the current year cycle. That is actually year 2 in the next budget. So it will be lower than 17% regardless of the outcome.
Yeah.
So I just.
Thank you. I had not appreciated that.
So do you still want to do your motion?
I still want to do my motion.
And we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. On a motion moved by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler.
And can we have a break now?
Yeah, I think we'll go for a 5-minute break at 8. We'll return at 9 o'clock.
Good conversation. But I have some fun.
No. That's all possible.
Hi.
Oh, no. Right now. And I had to pay everything. You know, I think I it's kind of like people that they're never like I don't, we don't have that time. This will be later.
My son's so is everybody else. We're already moving. Don't you want your teacher? I just wanted to know what was going on, so I didn't even get into this. I just wanted to figure out like what just did. That's when they first I'm Sarah. Well, I have it on my 3 things on an email for future agenda. The library services. It's hard when you don't have all the
So if we could, instead of using CO2, regular have the CO2. And you know, so one of the things Pamela was saying, we need, we need.
Yeah, that's messed up.
We have a big. That's why I brought it up to everything here
Yes.
You're okay. Thanks, Carmen. Hey, so I got this email. Okay. Yeah, and not over there. Did that make sense? He's doing the intro, but they're really.
Only one. Yeah, and actually next year it'll be soon, probably October. Yes, we are. Done. Thank you. Scores are on. Anyone in middle school. Especially middle school. Yeah, just that. So that I will see it like widely announced. We will start this process. We'll have the list before the year starts. So when you scheduling, they will done. The conversations already done. Yeah. Asked my lead, she was like, no, I gotta have that list ready for posting when we get back at the end of July so that they know and take my schedule. Yes, we do. That's the piece that we have to talk about. No, maybe in another year. Yeah, maybe in a year. Right. Give us some preliminary. Yeah, we don't not yet. Maybe in another year. Then I would get yeah, totally. And because then we're fully prepared, right? Score, sure.
I know.
It sounds so nice when you say it.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's something we'll be talking about.
Because I manage the after school, after relation, it's kind of like filtering it.
Right.
To actually,
Where you go, or take the opposite.
Yeah, so those people who and just keeps all the ones who just. You should be one way or the other. Find the numbers, the parent participation is too low. So I don't know if there's a way to make it
Send an email. What do you think would be a good recommendation?
I don't know what's legal. I don't know what's legal and whether it's correct. If you're not with the research, then I think it, and make the full price like 50%.
I know, LCAP and exemption.
I want to say that.
Yeah, and legally and practically. I agree.
Not even legally and practically. I mean, being a librarian is all a bargain. You're getting way
Sure, yes.
more than you actually pay for because you have people who are passionate and have kids in the district.
I know. They said it was okay, so I'm going to trust that they know, and I don't think it's. Yes. No. Okay. I trust your judgment. Well, hopefully they'll crank through these. My understanding, 100%.
I was like, and then he stood up and walked back. And I always had this. Oh, yeah. It's like, ooh, look, I'm like, yeah, it's lovely. Oh, it's hot, it's hot. Right.
Oh, that's exciting.
That'll be fun. Yeah, I brought yellow. Was it last year? Yeah, we had a good time. It's nice. I like it. Wow.
Actually, I heard I got a legal.
Okay. Okay, at 9:12, I'd like to reconvene the meeting of the Mountain View Wisman Board of Trustees.
So, due to the late hour, and we have multiple agenda items on here that would take us way past our normal ending time, I'm going to propose that we move some of these items to a future meeting. So I'm going to propose that we move the governor's proposed state budget to a future meeting, which is item A, 10A. Item B, exemption process for enrollment, and I recognize we've already moved that once. So item B, strategic plan 2021, item C, and also item D, the process for appointment of board representative to both charter school board. And that leaves us with the North Bay Shore update, which is scheduled for approximately 60 minutes, and it's already after 9 o'clock. So that's my proposal.
I think we should need to cover a little bit more tonight because that's going to be pushing off too much for future meetings. I would propose that we still discuss the exemption process for enrollment. So that was allocated for 10 minutes. And I would add in the process for appointment of board representative to Bullis Charter School and move that we extend the time to 10:45.
I second Ellen's motion.
All those in favor of motion made by Ms. Wheeler?
Aye.
Aye. And with an understanding that we still may need to make a motion to extend the meeting because the North Bay Shore update might take longer than 60
There were only
minutes.
2 ayes. All those against?
Nay.
Nay.
Do we have another motion on the floor?
I would move that we revise the agenda so that we discuss the exemption process for enrollment, the North Bay Shore update, and the process for appointing a representative to Bullis Charter School, and extend the time to 10:45.
have a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, a motion made by.
All those against?
All those
Nay.
Nay. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Conley, the motion passes to.
So can I say then, that the only reason I didn't approve that motion is I believe this is going to take more than until 10:45. So I would say if you want to add those items, I would extend our meeting to 11 o'clock. And if we get out earlier than that, fine. And if we are in the middle of important discussion times, we cannot keep going after 11 o'clock. So can I amend?
Well, that's duly understood, but I think we just voted. And you can only vote once. That's what I had understood, unless,
I did
unless,
too. We had a
unless,
majority vote for the first motion.
if we can have Dr. Rudolph clarify the rules for us, that would help out.
So according to Robert's Rules of Order, you would need a supermajority. 4 members would have to vote to overturn a decision. That opens up the conversation. And then at that point, you can make another motion to amend or to change whatever the decision is. And then that just requires a simple majority, which is 3. That would be the process for any decision that's been deliberated by the board, regardless of whether it is extending time or changing boundaries or any other decision that the board makes. So that's all it requires.
Can I say too, one of my pet peeves in these kinds of discussion is we talk about our time is a wasting and then we spend time talking. I don't want to do that. I am willing to accept the agenda items that Ms. Blakely recommended, but with a substituted time to 11 o'clock from 10:45.
I humbly disagree. I'd rather follow the rules because by not following the rules 3 or 4 years ago, that's how the board got in trouble.
I'd like to proceed is what I'd like to do. Can we go ahead? We already made a vote.
Would we have 4 people in support of extending it to 11 and otherwise to covering the 3 items?
I don't believe we have that.
Let's find out.
Okay, we'll take a vote. All those in favor?
Wait, exactly what are we voting on?
On the same agenda items that trustee Blakely presented.
So the
do
3
exemption
items,
process.
but extending till 11?
Yes.
I mean, if you want me to be technical, you're technically voting to reopen the decision that you've made.
Okay.
Just for discussion. It doesn't mean that that decision's been overturned. And then you have to make another amendment. So a supermajority has to open the discussion. So that's 4. And then at that point, you can now make a new decision if you choose. And that would be 3.
So I think that's what we've been doing already. And what I hear is 4, but I'm happy to hear a vote. Here for a call.
Do 4 people want to reopen it?
So it sounds like we're discussing already.
So do 4 people want to reopen this for discussion?
All those in favor?
Yeah, aye.
Aye.
Okay, so you got 4.
Okay, we have 4.
Okay.
And then the second step is to.
We've already discussed.
Now you can make any change you want.
I make a motion to adopt the items that trustee Blakely outlined with an extension till 11 p.m.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Let's get the exemption process for enrollment.
Thank you, trustees.
Ms. Geisels, thank you.
Oh, exemption process.
So we're doing
exemption.
Exemption process. And North Bay Shore and process for appointment, right? Till
And this
11.
thing's going to die soon, so we need to.
Is that correct? 3 items.
No, we're going to need a power cord.
And E.
Okay, I will make this very brief, trustees. I would like to talk about with an implementation of our new school boundaries. The district has established a process for families who have concerns about their students' placements and a format in which to submit their concerns. Parents will complete a student placement exemption form, which will be considered for approval or denial by a committee. The committee is made up of a community member, a board of trustee member, and a district staff representative. So very quickly, we have this exemption process in place because of the boundaries that were implemented for 1920. We want to help ensure enrollment priorities are being carried out consistently and effectively. So we have communicated this process, exemption process, to our parents in a number of ways. The site is the first contact. The school office site staff will communicate the exemption process to the parents if they have a concern. We had an online email system where if they have a concern, they were emailing it to us and we would help them with the process. But if they're really considering an exemption, they know that they give them the reasons for that exemption, and then they inform parents if they feel their child qualifies based on these reasons, that they can pick up a form at the district office and complete it right there. Or typically the next step is they come to the district office, and I usually also receive emails from parents who have talked to staff at school sites, and I typically also will email them the form, and then they complete the form. It's important that they drop it off at the office because we want to have a record of everything that comes in through our district office. So as I said, the committee is composed of a board member, an administrator, and a community member at large. We will conduct a blind review of the exemption form, meaning that the demographics, names, addresses, the specifics of the students and the families are going to be marked out. And basically the committee will review the circumstances in which the parent is placing the exemption, the reasons. That's what we really want them to focus on, rather than know the identity of the families or the students. We have 3 parameters. And requests will be approved or denied by the exemption committee, and we will notify parents by June 1st of that decision, no later. Typically, we plan to do it sooner, but that is our deadline that we've given to ourselves. These are the reasons for the exemption. There's 3 very big ones. Title IX, special ed placement and active United States military to Mauna Loma school only. Title IX, of course, is any student placement may be considered as a result of an investigation of Title IX, which involves harassment, violence, or bullying. Special education placement is if a student has a special education plan, an individualized education plan, an IEP, the exemption may be granted if their home school doesn't provide the services that are listed specifically in their IEP. And lastly, we have an exemption regarding the placement of students whose parents are in active U.S. military duty. This placement will be granted immediately for Mauna Loma Elementary. So we do know that with boundary changes, there have been some issues over how parents are feeling about this. We do need the boundary changes, as we know, to solve the overprescribed schools and enrollment of some of our schools. We are trying very hard to carry out the board's direction with consistency and fairness. And right now we have a total of 43 exemption requests that the committee will have to review. And upon just an initial review, not many of them, I would say maybe 5, actually qualify under the 3 priorities for exemption. And we do understand and acknowledge that change in schools can be very difficult for families. And I have met with many families, either face-to-face or had phone conversation with families about this. So we're trying our best to be able to acknowledge that, but as well as also adhere to our process. And that's all I have at that moment. So any questions?
I'm sure you're probably expecting my questions, but I had been expecting to see some kind of an exemption, or I don't know if it would be called an exemption, but for students that wanted to attend an under-enrolled school that wasn't their neighborhood school. So that was one. And then at least my comments in a variety of times when we discussed this last year is I wanted some kind of a hardship exemption, which could be a little bit undefined, but I wouldn't expect very many people would fit within that category, but I would like there to be something so that on the very rare occasion that the committee could determine that that exemptions that didn't fit smack within the 3 that you've articulated here.
So as far as, I'll speak to the hardship form exemption first. We do have an area on our form for parents to be able to explain their hardship, even if it doesn't fall under those 3, to explain or tell their story, so to speak. And then what we do is review that as best as we can and look to see what we can do or what we may not be able to do, but just at least have that place where they can at least tell us their issues and their concerns. As far as the under-enrolled school, we are patiently waiting. We have enrollment numbers, but we're waiting for Bullis right now. We're waiting for their enrollment lottery to start March 7th, and we'll have a more definitive number. We do have our assumptions as which will be our under-enrolled schools. So once we have that, we will fly that out and start a second process for those parents who are interested in that. But we're really waiting on those numbers to come in, at least to find out what's going on with Bullis's enrollment and how it will impact ours. Thank you.
I too am interested in some form of hardship exemption, and I struggle with, if we're going to have a hardship exemption, why it isn't listed.
I think we need to define hardship. I think that's the big key. Is it transportation? Is it other things? That's the key, is what is a hardship? What would that look like? And I think what we're hoping to hear from the parents initially is what they feel their hardship is. Because we do have parents who say, I just don't want to drive. And is that a hardship? So, or they don't want to attend a certain school and they just don't want to. So is that a hardship? So I think that's why we leave it open-ended to hear their concerns and go from there.
So we can say to people that there is a hardship exemption space on the form, and it's undefined yet, but it's the exemption isn't as strict as the only 3 that you mentioned.
It just says other. And so,
Yeah.
and again, it falls to the committee to review it, and 2 of them, through a blind review, would have to agree that this is a hardship.
Would it be possible for the committee, when they have taken a glance at the applications that have been put in and the things that have been listed under that other or hardship category, to present to us an idea of what they think might qualify as a hardship, and then we could approve it as a board, just as a category?
I think that's going too much, with all due respect, too much into the weeds. I think the purpose of just having hardship is, as Dr. Rudolph and Ms. Carmen Geisels explained, you have to have that be stated, and I don't think we should be that specific. And
I think it needs to be
that's just
discretionary.
Yeah, and I think that's at least what I've learned while working in the law firm. So
I do want to point out just real quick that this exemption, the hardship one of why I should not go to school, is actually going against what the board's direction was to create neighborhood schools.
Right.
And so you'll see in a second when we start talking about pretty much every school is within, I'm not pointing at you, Bill, sorry. Pretty much every single school, with the exception of our 2 choice schools, reside within a mile, or the boundaries within a mile of the actual school. In some instances, you have individuals who are requesting to stay at a school that is 2 to 3 miles away from their actual school because there is a hardship. And so you have to be careful that by creating more hardships or defining them, that you may actually be going against your own decision, which is why we had to change the boundaries to the schools. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if someone doesn't agree with what the committee says, you have the ability to listen to someone again on a case-by-case basis, and the board, as a group of 5, can actually make a choice in this, and the committee will provide the rationale for the recommendation. And then if a person wanted to appeal to the board, they could technically appeal to the board.
that seems, in my opinion, I think that seems fair, because I think it's what we agreed to before in the beginning too. But, and I understand the situation in general. I mean, I get it. But my question is, how soon are we going to have the committee announcements for the openings, the application process to begin? And by when do we expect to have the committee in place so we can start the reviews?
So the committee is already in place. That the application and the hardship form is already out. But they will not start reviewing until after enrollment is settled. And so that, with a decision to be determined by the end of May. So essentially in June would be the two times that you would hear it will be in June, every single year moving forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Any additional comments? Thank you, Ms. Geisel. We'll move on to the item D, North Bay Shore update. Dr. Rudolph.
All right, I will try not to be a victim of my own circumstance. I'll try to move fast through this also, but I'll give it its due diligence too. The most important thing are two things. First one is our team has a meeting with Google tomorrow, so it's important to provide feedback then. And then the second thing is that SciWest, as well as Google, are going to City Council on the 26th. And so your direction today will also provide us insights as to how we craft a letter. And then I think at that point, I know President Wilson has said that she plans on speaking at the meeting. And then if you want me to provide additional comments in addition to hers, just like I did with Blakely and Gutierrez Jr., that would be a similar approach. So it's important to give feedback about your thoughts about what I'm about to present. So part of this is just remember that we developed a master plan to create an urban model for a school. Our schools are really suburban schools. They sit on pretty large footprints. And so we need something that's going to be on a smaller footprint. In one part of the North Bayshore plan, the buildings go to 15 stories. On another part, they go to 7 stories, right? And so having a school that is on a 7 acres or 30 acres is not really an ideal format. And so we wanted to create something. We also want to create a viable location for the school. And we want to have an urban school model that aligns with sort of the vision, because this model could be used also in East Westman and Terabella, which are also going to generate more students too. So I don't want to spend all day talking about student generation rates, but it is important to note that from this project, we are looking about 800 elementary students and around 500 middle schoolers, which is an important thing to take into account. And the way that we generate those is by looking at the types of units, and then we apply a student generation factor, and it depends on whether it's a market rate or if it's below market rate. That's what creates the numbers. Affordable housing or below market rate housing actually generates more students than market rate housing. Okay, so we've seen this before, and this time we're going to go a little bit deeper into this. So there are 3 planned developments in the North Bayshore area. There is Shorebird, Pear, and Joaquin. And so this is sort of an idea of what it looks like. The biggest one where most of the land is set is actually the Shorebird neighborhood. The Joaquin neighborhood is actually the highest density though. It is where 15 stories are allowed. But this is where a majority of the planned residential is actually going to live. And Pear is the Sobrato neighborhood. So, well, again, we're going to dive into that. The most important thing to remember is that we have a couple of schools that are currently listed. This is so we have the Slater School, which is being rented out. We have the Westman School, which is being leased. We now have the Vargas School, which is at 328 students in its first year, which will be at capacity the next year. We have Therakoff and we have Montaloma. And so what is not on here and what hasn't been factored into consideration is that NASA also plans on building 1,900 units that haven't been factored in because those are through the federal process. But that area is currently zoned for Montaloma. So let's dive into the development of the actual North Bayshore area. I just met with SciWest today. It is possible that the hotel that they have in the Shoreline Gateway area, that those hotels may disappear and those may become residential.
Wow.
And if that takes place, it will again be 15 stories of residential apartments, which will increase the amount of residential units that are there. And then this is just an overview of the big things. A lot of this is about corporate housing, but in order to get the bonus FAR, you have to build the residential and you have to build the below market housing. And so that's where we're seeing the influx. But this is a very large project across the board. And so this is just another view of it. And you can see who owns the different ones. Again, this piece right here is SciWest. Google has not determined what they're going to do here because they're waiting on SciWest to make a decision. Pair is Sobrato, which has just moved forward. They have already, and I'll talk about their agreement. Google is planning on doing a lot of office complexes here, and then the bulk of Google's housing will occur right over here. And then this up in this area is going to be redeveloped into sort of a plains or sort of I'm losing the right word for it right now. It's a nature preserve that they plan on doing. And that's also where the egrets are. So that's also part of the reason why they're doing that. Okay, so one of the things that's important is that the North Bay Shore's precise plan, and this is specific from there, is that they create complete neighborhoods that include a mix of land uses and amenities. These complete neighborhoods areas are planned around walkable access to transit, open space, and services. It is my belief, and I believe it is the board's belief, that an elementary school or any type of school that resides within that area is a part of what a complete neighborhood is. And so I think that is a very important thing to bring up, and you'll see why in a second. And also, as part of the advocacy work that we've had, we were able to carve out a local school policy, which allows us to sell transfer development rights. It also requires for anyone who is trying to build above the actual FAR that they have to come to an agreement with us before they can move forward, and it is a legally binding agreement. And so the first agreement that we have is actually the Sobrato settlement. The way that this came about is not through a legal agreement, but actually the city was the determining factor of it. So Sobrato, as we've talked about multiple times, they tossed out a particular number to say, this is what we plan on paying. And so the first number I think was like $5 million to us in the high school district. The actual cost or the actual amount that they had to pay was $25 million if they were to build a whole school. The proportional amount, the city eventually said that they will pay half of that, which is $12 million, and that includes land and housing costs. The thing that Sobrato did not have to do is it did not have to carve out land as an exemption, because Sobrato only owns about 18 acres across the board. Cy West is in a similar situation. They own about 16 acres. And so once they factor in, I think they have probably about 12 acres that they are able to work on. But they are very amenable to coming up with a solution. Do not want this to be a public battle. And I think the meeting I had with them was very productive today. But so the Sobrato settlement was half of what the actual costs were based off of our student generation rates, which comes to $12 million for both of the districts in terms of the costs. And so that leaves a sizable amount, $85 million. I think this actually doesn't include land. I think the Google's portion for us is about $112 million left afterwards. And so how did we get to the $12 million? The first thing is that the site requirements for middle schools were too massive. We brought this back to the board, and the board was okay with the idea that we would turn the two middle schools into two-story buildings or recreate them. And so the housing costs was the most important thing. We're sitting currently on somewhere in the neighborhood of about 28 acres. To find 28 acres and 178 acres is not a feasible approach. It just doesn't exist there. And so the board gave direction that they were comfortable with building Crittenden and Graham up in order to house more students and the possibility of at least adjusting boundaries when the time comes. We have talked with the city about purchasing 1.7 acres near Crittenden with the possibility of expanding in the event that we need it. Those are early stage talks, but it is a possibility that we may have some extra area. The other thing is that the city offered to contribute funds for green space. We estimate that you need about 6 acres for a 450 student school. And so that if we look at the Vargas model, that's about 2 to 2.5 acres. And so that money is donated by the city, which resulted in a credit for Sobrato. So they were credited for the land and only had to pay the housing costs for the middle school. And they were credited for land for the elementary school in terms of what the city would contribute. And so the rest of the land fee plus the housing is what creates the amount. For the high school district, it was just a proportional amount for the size of the school. So Google, who's a completely different player and owns the bulk of it, eventually, I think it was November, stated in just a presentation that they have a place for our school district. And so they identified that circle all the way up there is the elementary school that they are planning for this community. And so I'm going to come back and I'll talk about that in a second. Trust me, there are better slides.
Could you use Google Earth?
So here's a different map. As you can see, let me go to the best one, which is actually this one. If you just take this from an abstract assignment and you look at each one of these sites, each one of those rings represents a half a mile. And so as you can see, with the exception of one part of Bub and a little bit of Landals, almost every student, and I think there's a piece of Therakoff also, but actually no kids live in that. It's an industrial area over in that area for Therakoff. But as you can see, for the majority of our students, most of our students reside within a mile radius of the school. However, for Google's offer, depending on which part they are at, they are either somewhere close to, they're about 1.5 miles. And from the bulk of where the residential housing is going to be, they are actually close to 2 miles out, which is unprecedented in this community. And it's something that the board needs to consider in terms of distance to school. Some of their proposals are busing. They would like to bus kids on the community shuttle. When we asked about whether or not the community shuttle would be just basically a bus for our kids, they said that no, this is actually a community shuttle that will take anyone who jumps on the shuttle to it. So it's just like the normal community shuttle that it is. And then they also stressed that there are a lot of bike paths that could get a kid there. We consulted Safe Moves, and so the sweet spot is about a mile, but not with little kids. The sweet spot is a mile for third graders, 3rd through 5th. For little kids, half a mile or a quarter of a mile. I'm sure we've all rode with our kids at some point. Actually feels to a parent somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.5 miles to 2, just because of the amount of time it takes to get there. So this is a pretty lofty goal, and it's something that the board needs to consider. I do need to say that what Google is saying is that this is basically the best that they have in terms of offering land. And so you need to, at least from their perspective, they think this is the best that they have. And so you just need to consider that. And so this sort of shows you the route that they are proposing in order to get to the school. They want to create the green loop. And as you can see from the 2 center points, this is actually the path that students would go in order to get to the elementary site, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 3 to 4 miles, just because once you take all the different paths. But there are also other concerns that I want to talk about. And I'm going to show you, it's between 2 active airstrips. It is located within a flood zone. There is a risk for liquefaction, which means essentially it will shake. I'm sure President Wilson can explain liquefaction a little, liquefaction. Yeah, it may liquefy too because it's close to the water. Also,
it's the highest.
And there's also other items. Now, I need to say this, and this is true about the whole North Bay Shore area. The whole area is actually subject to plumes and other environmental concerns. So I do not want you to think that if you, in fact, the bulk of where the residents are is actually near the biggest plume, the TCE plume that exists there. So I don't want you to think that there are better spots. Once you get from shoreline and you start moving, it's a pretty large plume that exists, and it is moving closer to the bay. But that does, and it's 5 feet below the water. It's in the water, so it's the groundwater. So it's 5 feet below the ground, and so that's another consideration that we would have to take into account. And so, but the whole area has that issue. with the exception of closer to Moffett, just for a little bit. So the first one is, let's look at the airstrips. So Moffett is still an active airstrip. I know the president hasn't landed there in a little while, but at least the previous president used this airstrip frequently. There's also down here, you can see there's actual Palo Alto Airport. This puts us in a very precarious position after 9/11, and it does mean that we would have to consult with Caltrans, who actually monitors this to even see if this is a viable site. As one thing to just take into consideration. Now, it could be that after talking to Caltrans that they are perfectly fine with it. So I don't want to argue that this is a deal breaker. And I'm sure if you put enough considerable resources into lobbying, you could probably get it approved as a site. The second thing is that this is a flood zone. And as you can see right here, this is the school site. A lot of Mountain View actually is subject to this, but this we believe is about 11 feet below sea level. Go ahead. We have the next one coming up.
Probably above. I know the whole area, they had to add roughly 12 feet of fill just to develop it at all.
And Google, to their credit, has stated that they are willing to do whatever land or ground mitigation they need to do to make the site viable. And so there you can see, this is the earthquake zone. In the event that there's an earthquake, this place is going to shake a lot more than others, which means that, and I forget the name of the skyscraper that is in San Francisco, but it does require for us to go, it's the one that's Joe Montana lives in, that's leaning. So it would require for us to go pretty deep. The challenge with this site is that the cost to build on this site is unknown because of all the variables that come into play. We could use regular models, but what is required to build there is probably 10 times as expensive as what it costs here just to meet the general requirements. And so this is actually what Trustee Wilson put in, that it is a lot of artificial fill. And Trustee Wilson, do you want to talk about what that means a little bit more?
If you look in that circle, the pale blue circle is the site. The light pink areas are artificial landfill. You can see of all the possible land holdings in North Bayshore owned by Google, it is the only one that is artificial fill, which has the highest susceptibility to increased shaking from an earthquake. So liquefaction is essentially when you have an earthquake moving through the subsurface. When it hits this type of material, they actually magnify even further. So if anything in yellow or orange or anywhere else besides the pink would have been more ideal in terms of earthquake hazards.
Can you come to the podium, please? Can you come to the podium, please?
Did they notice? Okay.
Afterwards, yeah. Thank you, Honorable Member.
So I have a question. Did they know about this?
I don't know what
Or it's
they
just
knew.
that they decided that this circle is going to be the school side?
I have no idea what information they knew. It just seemed
They actually do have an office building. that
into it is
currently
already
being
there.
used.
Yeah.
But the requirements for a school, the only place that is tougher than a school is a hospital.
For seismic retrofitting and
Correct.
safety standards. I don't know how deep you'd have to go to get to bedrock because a lot of this is old base. It's fill on top of old base sediments, on top of river sediments. I mean, it's not something stable.
Thank you. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hafsa Mirza.
And then again, this shows you sort of the soil types. And so again, I think Trustee Wilson could go into this a little bit better, but you want to be out of the pink is really the easiest way to describe this. Really, you want to be in the green or even more solid ground. But the last thing you want to do is be in the pink area because that's, like she said, is the place where it's going to shake the most.
It's the strongest amplification. And again, you'll notice it's just where that land holding and that circle is the only mapped site within those spaces. So anywhere else beside this would be an improvement seismically and for safety. Thank you for including those.
Yeah, no, not a
And that's
problem. I'm
public
glad-
domain information. It's peer-reviewed scientific information.
And so there are some concerns about this site. The first one is that it is not in line with the idea of it being either adjacent. I mean, we could argue what adjacent means, but it's not adjacent, nor is it within a planned community where we're supposed to have complete services. And I do need to point out that the North Bay Shore area is supposed to be a commuter-friendly area. So when I was speaking with Cy West today, they plan on essentially having 3 streets that go through their community that they can close off at any given time. But the majority of the commuting is when you drive into their property. Sorry. When you drive into this property right here, you will drive in and go underground, and you will have to park to get underground, and then you will have to come back out from an underground lot. So most of the parking is underground, and the whole community is supposed to be walkable. And so
That's the movie theater.
that is
today.
where the movie theater will be, a fitness center, some office buildings, and a couple other things. But their plan is to keep everything underground. And that is supposed to be the plan for this whole development. It's supposed to be a commuter-friendly place. There are other concerns that there's only 2 ways into this, into the North Bay Shore area. One of our biggest concerns is that traffic on Shoreline, which we all know is really bad. If you just look at the office estimates, they are anticipating that there will be another 11,000 vehicles just by parking spaces alone that will go into this part of the area, not everything else. And so that's 11,000 vehicles. Then you add in the fact that the school is close to 2.5 miles away, which means that you're going to ask parents to drive out and then most likely come back in. And so there is a big concern for staff that we're not closer, and we're actually encouraging people to drive. There are some clear environmental concerns that staff has that could be mitigated. I don't want to act as if you can't mitigate that. And the current street layout has only one way in and one way out. That could be resolved if Google decided, and if I was them and I was tossing money at a problem, I would actually say that I'm going to build a street, go up, come down, and build a loop, and that way I can resolve this particular issue. So it is something that can be sort of resolved. Another one is that they have 6.9 acres. They only plan on dedicating 3.5 to the school, which for a school size of 4, if you use the Title V requirements, which is what we use in order to build schools, a 400 to 500 student school requires somewhere in the neighborhood of about 6 acres. 2 of the acres is actually for the buildings. And then another acre is reserved for parking. And then the rest of it is actually used for field space. So the minimum requirement that we would need just for a 400 to 500 student school is 6 acres. And they're offering 3.5 that we would have to put a school on. And yes, I understand that we have these agreements with the city to build open spaces, but you have to remember that if the city has 3.4 acres, it does not mean that they're going to be amenable to us putting a parking lot on their green space. And so that, unlike our current arrangements, which are we control the land, so when we choose to add parking like we did in front of Stevenson, Montaloma, and some other, Mistral, it is us making the decision to add parking and informing the city that there are going to be changes versus the other way, which is us asking for their approval. There are some clear environmental concerns that we have. And then at the end of the day, I believe that Google is presenting this as sort of an acceptable option to City Council, with the idea that they may choose to accept this as a solution to a larger problem. But at the end of the day, what I'm looking for is your thoughts on this particular site and which path do you want to go forward. It is possible that we could mitigate all of those issues and come up with some solutions if you toss enough money at the problem. Or do you want us to continue to look or continue to work with Google and find sites that are a little bit closer? But you need to understand that closer doesn't necessarily mean better. It just means closer to the actual neighborhood.
Although it sounds like closer would mean more seismically stable if the land were coming from Google, because all the rest of the land is more seismically stable. So from
Right.
that perspective, it would be better.
The trade-off, though, is that you get on seismically stable land, but you're now closer to the plumes that exist, at least in the under the Pear and Joaquin. And what the city has stated is that it is a developer's job to come up with the remediation plans for those. And it's not to argue that there are plumes within Mountain View in various parts. We're going to have to hire an environmental consultant to help us understand all of the plumes. There are ways that you can mitigate that. There are Google employees who are currently, a couple years ago, they reported about the gases that were coming. But for us, a lot of remediation would be needed just because of how close the groundwater is to the field. And so I think the best thing for you to think about is a kid is playing in a field and decides that they want to dig, and 5 feet, although we normally don't dig that deep, but 5 feet away from them is a toxic plume that could possibly seep up. So there are environmental concerns, but yes, it is on more stable ground in the event that an earthquake happens. And we have, I experienced my first tremor last year at 3.5 or 3.6. And so you can imagine what happens 3.5 where I felt it, 3.5 at that site is completely different. I'd probably feel somewhere in the neighborhood of a 5 or a 6.
Trustee Wilson, is that true?
It depends on the person's experience with the earthquake. It's my answer to that. Okay, thank you, Dr. Rowe. I think you.
Yeah, so I just need direction about how you want to proceed with their initial proposal and your thoughts.
We have questions?
So I don't, well, you're looking for direction, right? Mm-hmm. So I think our friends at Google can do much better. And I think they have to factor in the role as a community member and the role as a technology leader and the importance of education, especially public education. So I'm not in favor of supporting this, and I'd love to go to City Council and express our opinion or my opinion as a trustee saying this is not good enough for our children here in Mountain View. And we expect you to do much better, both in terms of acreage and safety. If you don't factor those two things in, then I have to question your partnership. Simple.
I think that was a very polite way of phrasing it. I have a city planning degree with a focus in community development and urban design. Mm-hmm. And I've been going through the shorebird plans that are online that Google has posted. And frankly, this is obscene that they would argue they're going to have a livable neighborhood with a social spine that connects two social hearts. And children are miles away in the least safe place they could be. So no, I don't accept this. And I think that we need to, our partners at the City Council need to support us in pushing on Google to make this right, that children are a part of a neighborhood and a part of a community, and they are not, this feels like they've been thrown out with the trash. And if you have a transportation demand management plan and people are going to be driving their kids to school, there's a lot of gloss and pretty packaging on this project, but when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of it, this is a significant piece of infrastructure that is vital to our community that they have completely left out.
I have no comments.
I would echo your last comment. I would say that, ideally we'd have, a 7-acre school right next to the neighborhood, and that's what I would really love. But we all appreciate that this is a unique development and things are different out there, and we are going to have to go up and have a more compact campus and all that. And when I first saw this and didn't know about the liquefaction, I was surprised by the 2 mile. It's very different. My kids walked like 3/4 of a mile to Landals, and that took about 15 minutes. And that's when they were little, like when they're in middle school or high school, a couple of miles still is going to take like 40 minutes to walk, right? And biking, they said, well, it's mostly a bike-friendly path, but that, as you pointed out, is a long bike ride for small children. In addition, what about the other day when it was pouring rain? You didn't bike to school that day. I didn't bike to work that day. It's difficult with the elements. I mean, most of the time we can bike, but you can't always bike. They had said something about a shuttle picking up by the Baylands Park, whatever, where the egrets are. And
They want to do a community shuttle.
And what I had heard was the community shuttle buses that they were going to extend the hours, and maybe they would just dedicate that to schools. I don't know. Where I'm going with all this is we're not going to get exactly what we want. And so, in the spirit of compromise, I'm open to things that I wouldn't normally be open to. But you said to make this all workable, it's going to cost a lot of money, and we don't have a lot of money. So if Google is going to pay all that money, I would be open to considering it and like taking it another step further. But I really think it's far preferable to have something that is closer. And, they just paid $1 billion for a site. I mean, they've got money, and it's just like a question of what they want to do with it. And, I realize it's furthering Google and the business and all that. But as you said, this is part of, a school is an integral part of a community. And we got the city council to agree that a school plan was going to be part of it. And I wish that language were stronger, but you don't build a whole new community without a school unless it's a senior community. And so it's got to be workable, and we have to be able to afford it. But I appreciate the work that you've done, and I would encourage us to work with the city council and work with Google to come up with a better plan.
Well, I'll echo the sentiments of Trustee Blakely and Conley. Schools have to be an integral part of these neighborhoods, especially since they're trying to make them walkable. They're even talking about carless in some instances. I will also say that moving the school any closer, knowing what I do about the maps of the plume, it's not, you won't be encountering that. It's actually on the other side by NASA Ames, the Superfund site, and the monitoring. I don't think that it is an issue. And if it is, it's really an air filtration thing that you do at the base level of the building. I don't think it would be as costly as a seismic retrofit. I could be wrong. I'm not a construction person. I was surprised and thrilled when I first saw this offer. I didn't, not because of the distance. I think that's horrendous, but I'm like, that's a lot of land. And that's what actually drove me to dive deeper, because it just seemed like a little bit too much acreage to be true, too good to be true in that sense. So seismically, it is horrible, and anything else would be better and safer for the kids. The air flight path is not amenable to a good, solid education without all the disruption of that additional noise. I don't necessarily want to posture this as that we're against the whole plan entirely. I caution us to be wary of that. I haven't looked at the other plan, but I've heard this is way more preferential to what else is on the table. Perhaps Trustee Conley can help me out with that piece.
Is there something else on the table?
I heard there were 2 proposals. Maybe I had got misinformation.
There may be different, because each neighborhood is controlled. So Pear is controlled by Sobrato. Joaquin and Shorebird are mainly controlled by Google. And then there's Cy West that is a part of, I think it's the Shorebird or the Joaquin. It's one of the 2. Right. And so they have a piece of the pie, but for the most part, Google controls the bulk of the land out there. Of the 78 acres, I think they have over 100 acres that they are in control of.
Well, and I know we commissioned a quarter, how many hundreds of thousands of dollars for an architect to look into multi-level high-rise based schools? We've already contracted that out. And
we have.
Are they working with our architect, or is that piece just?
I met with them. I was meeting with them earlier today.
It was
and
a sizable
I meet with them every
contract.
other week.
Yeah.
They will be at the meeting tomorrow with Google, along with our one of our demographers, as well as our legal counsel that handles properties. We have a plan in place of how we just sort of guessing on what the reaction would be. We have a plan in place for how we want to approach it.
Okay.
But one of the things that came up is that we now need an environmental consultant to understand the true issues that exist up there. So they're going to recommend someone that can come up. We have some notes. Trust me, I've learned more about property and real estate than I would care to want, but we'll get in our money's worth, and they do plan on engaging the community and the board in terms of what an urban school looks like. But right now, we stopped some of the planning because of this offer and started investigating the offer and then turned around. So you can see like a lot of the slides were actually developed by them based off of questions that we had.
Okay.
So yes, the 250 is being spent.
$250,000 on the architect. Yeah.
Yes.
That was on a conceptual plan, right? That wasn't for like actual, wasn't
So
it?
the idea is that they will develop a urban school master plan, and it will function similar to what our student facilities improvement plan was. It will have the conceptual idea of what an urban school looks like, so that when we are able to move forward, we can go to our architect and say, we have an idea of what an urban school looks like based off of the feedback. This is what we're thinking, and it is up to the architect to execute it. And it could be that architect or it could be a different one, but it is essentially what we're paying for is to save time in the long run that you would have to go back and do this. Or if we didn't have this plan in place right now, and Google offered us the land and we just decided to take it, we would then scramble to do all this work to determine it's not a viable site. But by then we would have 3.5 acres of land that's not really usable. So that's what you're seeing right now is a large part of the work of every other week of us meeting for 90 minutes to discuss it. Today was 2 hours. We'll meet again tomorrow for another 2. So we'll get in our money's worth out of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I get a lot of
figured
emails.
We were. It would be great if we could pull Google on board and sort of work with them. And anything but this site, I would be happy with.
Hopefully
Even
tomorrow
if it's a little bit
we
less
should-
acreage. This is not safe.
And I would just make one other comment that you reminded me. I mean, at least if all the building that they've penciled out gets built, we're going to need 2 schools out there. And I know there was some discussion about whether one would be enough, and they were kind of only committing to 1, but we're probably going to need a second school. Either that or it's going to be a much larger school, and then we'll need more space.
So Google has fired their demographer, or they're at least not using them anymore. The city has then contracted a demographer to double check. We have 2 demographers on staff to double check our demographers' work. So they convinced the city to hire an outside party. And now Google is looking at developer fees and how much they would have to pay. They're saying now 5 times the developer fee. So I think that's also part of the conversation that has to go to city council, which is the amount that they actually owe is a sizable amount. It is not $50 million. It is about $125 million if you use the Sobrato agreement as the model. And so
that still falls short. That's about half of what we really need.
that's about half of what we need. And if we own the land, then we get a reimbursement from the state, which will bring us about 3/4. And then we would have to figure out how to get to the last quarter, which we could do a bond, we could do transfer of development rights. Don't shake your head. These are all options. You can't just say no. You could do transfer of development rights and you could sell those similar to what Los Altos did. You could wait for your developer fees to increase, even though we currently use them. You could put them aside. I mean, there's a multitude of ways that we could look at this in terms of funding. But we would need to get to the last quarter of it, which is somewhere in the neighborhood. I mean, it would probably be something like $50 million. That was the shortfall.
But I think that's the issue, though, Dr. Rudolph, that even though we look at the options that we have and you've just enunciated them, I appreciate that. And as a team, we see the direction of where that's going. because you have to explore all your options. But the reality is that we need more help from them. And just like they've approached us individually in the past, and as a district, including yourself, to show up to city council meetings and express our support for them to do X project or Y or Z, I would expect the same positive relationship to continue when it comes to our needs as well. And they need to stand with us like we are with them. If it's not reciprocated, then it's one-sided, and it's not really fair, because it's not that this is a personal issue. This is about our children's education and the facilities that attend to be able to expand on their creativity. And we need to factor in their safety. If Google's unable to understand that, I would hate for us to just settle and just say, okay, this is fine. And then 5 or 10 years later, there's a frontline documentary about what went wrong and what Google's relationship was to this. And that's the last thing anybody needs.
I also just think there's an opportunity here that all of the work that we've already done in looking at multi-story schools, more urban setting schools. I did my teacher training in the Bronx. I taught in San Francisco. Like, I've been in some schools that are configured very differently than what we have currently. To integrate a school into the rest of the community provides an opportunity for a lot of synergy there. Like, families are going to be more likely to want to work there because they can see their kids during lunchtime. Workers can volunteer in the school sites. There's just a lot of rich opportunity when you have multi-generations in one space. And so while I have a strong reaction to this plan, I do think that there's a real opportunity for a just amazing partnership that could be a model that can be used as the rest of the country and the rest of the world has to move towards more sustainable development. The way that we integrate schools, nature, employment, housing, retail, the way we put all of those services and infrastructure into one space is really going to matter, and it's going to have a huge impact on our environment internationally. And this could be a real showpiece for them if they harness this opportunity, and it could be an example for the world. And I feel like do no evil. I feel like that's something that is not unappealing to them.
Well said.
So I think you have direction, right?
I do. I do. We will try to use a little honey when we get there. You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. So it will, tomorrow when we have our meeting, we have a strategy that requires us a good cop and a bad cop. So we'll wait before we fire the shots across the bow.
I am available.
Do you have to make that public? I mean, do you have to?
Well, the good thing is that by the time we have the meeting, it won't be.
No, they have someone watching. Javier, how are you? How's it going?
It's late. He may be done. He may watch the video tomorrow. I can tell you I think they're well aware of the visceral reaction that you have had just based off of the last meeting Ms. Geisel and I was in. I made it very clear that if they don't change their approach or their offer, that their projects could come to a screeching halt just because of the opposition that they would get from the community. And so, which prompted the meeting that we have tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Thanks.
I think we're ready for item E, the process for appointment of board representative in Bulls Charter School Board.
Right. So there is no presentation for this, but as an authorizer, we do have the opportunity to place a member on the board of Bullis Mountain View, if you so choose. I need direction in terms of how you would like that process to go. Do you want us to simply select someone? Do you want an application process? Do you want the board to review and to select someone? So that is essentially what we're looking for, so that I can design it for you, and I can bring it back and say, based off of your feedback, this is what we have. But it really requires for the board to weigh in about how do you want to appoint someone, and then from there, I can sort of pull some things together.
I definitely want a board member. I want us to appoint a board member. We can talk more about the process, but I definitely think that that is a good idea.
Yeah, so absolutely. I think a lot of us have thought about this for a long time. What I would prefer is to have an application process and have the board select among applicants for who we want to place on that board.
I agree with Trustee Wheeler. I'd also like within that application process to have, or the actual form itself, however it might be derived, to have a narrative on why they want to be on it. I think getting a little bit of a personal viewpoint outside of credentialing and years lived in Mountain View or whatever else might be on there to get a little bit of a glimpse on who this person is and what their motivations are, I think would be very helpful as well.
I agree.
I also know that many districts appoint a district employee. And my sense is that you guys are all doing 125% of a job, at least, and that's probably, there's going to be enough oversight that, statutorily we have to do that to take up time that can't be delegated. But I just would be interested in your ideas about whether it would make sense to appoint an employee.
As I grew up hearing, there's no blood left in that stone. So I don't think that we will have someone that can provide oversight. I do not want to put that person also in a position where they're sitting on the board. I also do not think, because I do not know what the time demands are, but I know that we have in the background reduced a lot of positions in district office and assumed a lot of other responsibilities. And so adding an additional task to a department would also be a little bit, I don't know what the oversight requires, but also having them sit on the board. I think about the amount of time that the five of you put in. And so that could also be an issue. And then finally, I would say it's probably also a conflict of interest as the authorizer to have a staff member who sits on the board. And, if it was me and in their position, I would argue that staff member is privy to information and could also share that information with the intent of getting an outcome that's favorable for them. So I wouldn't want to put us in that type of position. I think it's one of our requirements in the MOU is about having a community member or having community members sit on the board. I think that is really the most appropriate approach, is to have someone from the community who applies, who is interested. And then in an event that we don't have somebody, we have to do some outreach to get someone. So I wouldn't want to put us in that position.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that was before we ruled it out.
I think that makes perfect sense to be able to have this process in place and to have the application process be specific as to why you'd like to join. And I remember that when I went through the application process and the appointment. I'm still in shock I got selected, but it's okay, it's good. But my concern though is that when you look at, time constraints are going to be an issue because now the charter schools have to follow the Brown Act. And because of that, the accountability factor is going to be, let me finish my point. The point is that here, I don't know what Bolus's system is. I'm not their rep. I've never been there. I've never observed them. I have no idea. Yeah, thank you very much. So my point is I don't know what to expect and don't take it personal. But the issue is here because I don't know that. And I'm hearing these things coming in from Sacramento. I think the eyes on them are going to be more severe with accountability, follow through, and all that entails. So the time that's going to be devoted to that board is going to be essential, and it's going to be at a high level. And we need someone who's committed to put in the hours because, like you said, the time we spend on these issues is a lot. So I expect whoever applies for the position to be eager and to understand that and to be committed to fully represent the interests of the students. And it's no critique on the charter schools. It's just my opinion.
And I have a question. And this may not be related directly to the process for appointing a member, but what will the appointed members' responsibilities be back to us? Will we articulate like some kind of, reporting back, or what, or have a spot on our board meetings where they report back?
So as the authorizer, you're allowed to we would have to approve their LCAP. We have to review their budget. So we, as their authorizer, there are a lot of, sort of processes that we go through with the county that provides oversight. We would provide oversight in there. You could, as requests, reports from them just as anybody else could. And so that is a part of, I know they do presentations to Santa Clara County Office of Education. And so you would be in the same position as the county office in terms of your reporting. And I don't want to pretend as if I know what all the requirements are, but I do know that there are some reporting mechanisms, and you can ask for them to provide updates and reports.
Thank you.
I just want to agree that an application process with a clear description of not only the qualifications of the applicant, but their reasoning for participating and their commitment to participating sounds like a good idea, and that the board would appoint them.
All right. So what we will do is we'll create an application. We'll bring a couple of examples with us so that you can sort of review. And then from there, we'll create a timeline for you to appoint someone. We'll reach out to Bullis Mountain View and sort of understand when they plan on meeting and the composition of their board to make sure that it all falls in timeline. And then we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you.
That's all staff needs.
All right. The next item are board updates. I've sent mine in just now.
Send them in.
I'll send mine in.
If you haven't yet, please send them in. And I have 3 items discussed tonight.
Can I make just one board update though, live? Sure. I went with Dr. Rudolph and Terry Wallace, our preschool director, to the county board meeting yesterday, in which they were congratulating everybody for the Golden Bell Award that our fabulous preschool won. And I just want to give another shout out to Terry and everybody involved with the preschool.
So I'll add on to that and say at our Santa Clara County School Boards Association Spring Hoffman's Award dinner, while we are honoring Hoffman awardees, and there'll probably be 4, we are also going to have a segment in that ceremony to recognize the Santa Clara County Golden Bell Award winners. So I'll make the request right now that someone from our school district, maybe more than one, attend that Hoffman dinner, maybe Dr. Rudolph, maybe Terry Wallace, maybe some of us, so that you can stand up in front of your peers at that dinner and, maybe ring the bell. That would be real cute. And we will also be recognizing the other Golden Bell winners in Santa Clara County. So that's the end of April.
Okay, thank you. What I was about to say about the items for future agendas, I had 3 from this evening. The board to create a list of prioritized positions for anything eliminated, a library services presentation that was requested by the members of the public, and a discussion or item on potential revenue streams for future meetings. And I'll send this to okay, and we have our future board meeting dates.
And I just wanted to say regarding the future board meeting dates, just make a note. Apparently, the bottom part of our agenda with a notice for audience members that says recording of meetings is static and can't be changed. But it is on our website that our board retreat on Saturday will not be recorded. It is open to members of the public to attend live, but it's not going to be recorded or available live stream.
Thank you. Anything else?
Wait, so we have no closed session items at the retreat?
Not that I'm
Okay,
aware of.
all right, just checking.
Not on the agenda.
Okay.
I just have a question of clarification. On discussion items, do we open it up for the public to make comment on discussion items?
Yes, we do. I didn't.
Did we do so?
Discussion Item E. I apologize.
Yeah,
Was there
and I
any-
don't know if we actually did it on the North Bay Shore either. I know we had a public comment, but I don't know if we officially opened it up. Can
for it.
we open up
can.
E
Yeah,
and see?
I apologize. Actually, in D, were there any members of the public who'd like to address the board on item D, North Bay Shore update? Okay, and so we'll move on to E. Anyone for the process for appointment of board representative to Bullis Charter School Board? Okay, seeing as there are none. Did I miss anything else? Okay, at 10:25, we'll adjourn the meeting of the Mountain View School Board.
Thank you.